another day. Make sure everything's good. It looks fine, I guess. Cleaned up the desk a little bit today, so more area to move stuff around on, I guess, in a way. Gotta stretch my wrist out a little bit. Hopefully it warms up and we can get going into some games. But for now, we'll watch some videos, see what's going on across the world. Hopefully it's nothing much today, but we'll see. U.S. Navy stops Russian tanker cold. Well, that's no good.
We've got breaking news off the coast of Venezuela, everybody. A U.S. ship has intercepted a Russian tanker. The Russian tanker was bringing in products to help Venezuela refine their oil. They need those products in order for their economy to function, and this is a pressure campaign that we have not seen. This level is completely escalating to a point where it's clear that the Trump administration is trying to isolate the Maduro regime. They're basically backing them into a corner and they're putting them in a
Blockade.
position where their resources are going to be extremely diminished. So let's dive right in. Very excited to bring you guys this information. So this is the breaking news. This isn't the actual ship itself. This is the Stockdale, but this is not the actual intercept itself. But it does give you an idea of what they could do and that flex that they would have as they come up next to that Russian tanker. That Russian tanker is going to see those guns, those Sea Whiz guns trained right onto it. Those guns have radars and they look beefy. And then they're going to see that looking right at them. And that is going to give them a little bit of a tingle in places they probably didn't even know they had. So that gives you guys an idea. That's the
Yeah, that's a
Stockdale.
clinch moment.
And again, breaking news of this blockade basically happening, blocking off the Maduro regime from having any hope of keeping that economy going. And I'll be breaking down how this engagement likely went here later in the video, so stay to the end for sure. But this just gives us some clear ideas here of exactly what went down, basically pushing the Russians to a place where now they're not going to be able to deliver these products to Venezuela. And it's a big
Well, Russia
statement from the
shouldn't have been doing
US
that in the first
saying, hey,
place.
Russia, hey, China, you can't exert as much influence as you once did. You know, daddy's home, and we're not going to let this influence be exerted in our backyard and prop up a regime that's pumping, hundreds of tons of fentanyl into our country every year. But again, that was a Russian tanker, and that Russian tanker makes a run for it. That Russian tanker has to turn, tuck tail, and get out of there because, the USS Stockdale walks in looking strong by the pool, and that Russian tanker is like, yeah, we don't want to mess with this. And so, likely, what the tanker heard over a secure VHF communication channel was something along the lines of the authority from the Treasury Department to enforce international sanctions of not bringing these products into Venezuela because Venezuela's oil is sanctioned. So it can only be refined in certain ways according to international law. And that's what this Stockdale rolls in and executes, which is, it's the big swing and you know what by the pool. But as you can see, this is a pretty cool article here talking about the Seahorse. That's what the Russian vessel is named. And they were en route to Venezuela to deliver that fuel cargo. And the USS Stockdale positioned itself in its path. The Seahorse is under sanctions from the UK, the European Union, and from the US. So this incident, it definitely represents a squeeze that's being put on the Maduro regime. And again, this has happened a couple times. So this tanker has tried to get itself into Venezuela multiple times. And I'm going to show you the ports that it's likely trying to get into as well. But here's an interesting thing that I want to bring up to you guys that no one else is talking about. So they're talking about bringing in only refining materials for the oils, but could there be some weapons? Could there be they got coffee
Yeah.
crates, and inside those coffee crates, we've got Shahhed drones, coming from Iran, now smuggled through Russia and then into Venezuela. So a lot of times with things like this, there's like an onion type layer when it comes to the strategies behind getting weapons into these dictator regimes. And a lot of times they disguise them as other products. So could that be something we're not hearing? I mean, definitely a possibility. But that tanker is continually trying to get into Venezuela to drop off that cargo. It's going back and forth to Cuba as well. And basically, Cuba is kind of where it goes when it has to tuck its tail and run away and go refuel and try to come in again. But again, trying to hide a big tanker as you're coming in when you've got an Aegis combat system equipped Stockdale, which we'll get to here in a second. just not going to be a good day for you as you're walking in and you look like a you know what in sweatpants because it's so easy to see you with that Aegis combat system. That Aegis combat system is basically an umbrella over top of any type of strike group, naval asset strike group. So the carrier strike group, the Stockdale is Aegis equipped, and it's basically the conductor of the orchestra that can see everything going on around it for, probably 500 to 1,000 miles, which is just insane. But we're going to talk now about where that ship was likely intercepted and where it was going. And then I'm going to do a full breakdown of what that interception would look like with E-2D Hawkeyes, F-18s, and how this is going to go down. When it comes to intercepting ships, you fly over the bow in certain regimes because you're basically saying this is not a joke anymore. I've practiced that in the F-15E, flying over the bow of ships, and that's actually a sign of war, where you're saying, hey, if you don't turn around right now, you're going to get schwacked. If you fly your fighter jet on the back of the boat, so towards the very aft end, a little bit off, not directly over top of it, it's a sign of I'm trying to identify you. So I'm trying to see what kind of flags you have on your ship. I'm trying to see where you're actually from. I'm getting serial numbers, writing down certain things, but you basically fly over the back of the ship at 50 feet above the ocean, and that's a more legit way to do it. But if you fly over the bow, you fly over the front, right, so that the captain of the ship can see you and basically sees the weapons you're carrying, that's an act of war. So likely these F-18s that were up potentially protecting any type of assets in the area didn't do that, but I'm going to get to why I think E-2D Hawkeyes were probably up there and a part of this whole Aegis thing as well. But here we go. So now you've got what you can see here. You've got the Caribbean, which gives us a great view of the different ports in Venezuela. So when you look at the ports, you can see that they're spotted throughout the country. And again, this is where they're going to keep this thing from going in. And again, they're refining the oil, and they're doing it because Venezuela's crude cannot just be shipped as it is. It has to be refined. It's got more of a sulfuric flair. I was going to say sulfuric taste, but you guys know what I mean. I drink jet fuel, not oil, okay? Not just pure petroleum. Speaking of that, quick coffee break here. But again, I've mapped out the different ports for you here in Venezuela. So let's say the ship gets intercepted. We'll just say, about, say, 100 miles off the coast. So somewhere about here where the interception happens. And again, they're going to tuck tail as soon as they get that VHF call that, hey, the Stockdale has its sea whizzes trained on you, and by the authority of the Treasury Department, you need to turn around and return to your port of departure. That call is going to be something that's going to make those Russian sailors tingle a little bit and say, yeah, we should probably listen. So as it's trucking its way down, it could have been heading for a few different ports. I'll get to the one that I think it was headed for mainly here in a second. But here's some of the oil refining ports that we have, and pretty much all of these have the ability to receive these tankers. And again, kind of the main one though, so here's another one here, Puerto Caballo, and they have integrated a lot of oil refinements into most of these ports. But this one's by Caracas. Caracas is where Maduro, that's where his palace is. That's where he's kind of sitting there hoping that he can just think skinny and no one knows he's there. Please ignore my massive palace made of gold so I can continue doing what I'm doing in Venezuela. But again, here's this main port which has been linked to Iranian arms shipments. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if they brought in that ship here. There's different oil refinement facilities in the area here as well. It's not the main one, but if you kind of zoom in here, we can see this massive port's going to be able to receive pretty much anything they want, and then they can truck things to their different refinement facilities. But again, this port itself, Intel has released that it is definitely responsible for receiving Iranian arms shipments. Surprise, surprise, right? Basically, a few kilometers from Maduro's palace, he's just receiving his AK-47s made of gold. And then if you go down the coast here, this is the second. So that'd be probably I'd say that's probably the second, that Iranian arms shipment port, the port of La Guara. But the port of Guanta, this is probably the main one that I think it was headed for. And I'll tell you why. So we've got this, if you've seen my previous videos, there's a Su-30 base here. So again, their ability to launch fighters and potentially protect any type of shipments coming in. But this port itself, as you can see, it's just got a massive infrastructure for oil refinement. So all these tanks, they continue to flow into Puerto La Cruz, all this different area. So you can see this whole refinement facility, likely where this was headed. But again, intercepted, and these Aegis combat destroyers, they share information. So this carrier strike group in the area, they all know the different routes where these ships are going to try to get to, but this is likely a main one where they're trying to take this product to refine, all the different parts of what needs to be refined in the petroleum to be able to sell it and keep the money flowing to Maduro. And we're going to get to
Big
why
market.
this is potentially, again, when it comes to conflict, guys, you got to think petroleum, oil, and lubricants, POL. And that's some of the main tenets that I learned through all my different military courses, all my leadership courses, all the strategic courses that they would send low and mid-grade officers to. Those are the schools I went to, just low and
Mm-hmm.
mid-grade, slightly above average. But basically, it comes down to the strategy, right? And if you want to bleed an enemy of their ability to enact war, or ship fentanyl, or continue to
Bit of
prop up
oil.
an illegitimate regime, then you basically starve them economically, and you starve their war machine first. But it also starves their economy, right? So POL, petroleum, oil, and lubricants, that is starving Maduro's economy, and it's starving his ability to make war and ship fentanyl all over the US. But again, those Su-30s that he has to protect the regime, they need petroleum. They need refined jet fuel in order to get airborne. And so if you starve that out, now you're really putting the Maduro regime in a position where, they're kind of that, wolf that's being scared into the corner. You never know what they're going to do, but also they're being bled of resources. So this is a serious deal for Maduro, very serious deal. But
Oh,
again,
good
I
for
thought this
him.
article was cool from Army Recognition. They get into more about that Russian flag tanker, the Seahorse, but this here is the Stockdale. This is the USS Stockdale, and it is just doing work. Again, very strong, very capable ship, and it's a strategic move for it to intercept the Seahorse. And we're going to talk about that here in a second. So basically, it's an Arleigh Burke class guided missile destroyer. It just positions itself along the trajectory, and then it sends out that secure VHF. And that basically starts as a counter narcotic operation. So again, the Stockdale is there for a counter narcotic operation. That's kind of the main reason, right, that the whole carrier strike group is there. But here's why I think this is totally escalating into a broader maritime campaign that now is on a level that we have never seen before. This pressure on Maduro is something we have never seen before, because Washington is enforcing these sanctions by completely showing Russia that they can't exert influence in the region anymore. And basically, they're saying, hey, Russia, China, these authoritarian regimes that you've been propping up, now we have options because we've designated them as narco terrorists. Now we have options to go up against them. So, Russia, China, you can't use our own laws against us to keep us from keeping you from influencing these dictators to then harm our country. So it's pretty cool. But basically, this does create operational risk, more operational risk for U.S. naval forces. But this is what they're made for, guys. This is the bread and butter of the U.S. Navy. They are built to go out there and keep any type of nefarious actions from flowing into the U.S. And that's what I think they're doing right now. But it's basically this broader military presence in the Caribbean that's represented through that counter narcotics, and now it's doing what's called a pressure campaign that's going to try to isolate Venezuela and impede any type of Russia's regional support. And that is the goal, is a pressure campaign. So again, the Stockdale, huge part of the pressure campaign, and just a super capable ship. So some more information on that. So it's an Arleigh Burke class, and Arleigh Burke class is just very usable. It's a very diverse ship that can do lots of different missions. But I want to talk to you quickly about just the Aegis combat system. That's an integrated naval weapon systems. It uses computers, it uses radars, directed energy weapons, and it can destroy enemy targets. It can basically track targets, it can fix on them, get the right systems looking at them, it can engage them, or it can pass off those targets to different things. And that's why this Aegis combat system is it's so vital to this mission in the Caribbean. And when it comes to the system itself, here's a part that people don't typically talk about. But this is the E-2D Advanced Hawkeye. And this is a carrier-based airborne early warning aircraft. So it's like a mini AWACS. If you look at the U.S. Air Force, they've got a huge airborne early warning system, but this one is smaller and, to me, a little more nimble. You can get it into places that that massive jet can't really get into. But the E2D Hawkeye basically slips in, hey, don't mind me. I'm just here. I'm just here doing a. I'm just looking for the best
Urban.
coffee fields in Venezuela. I'm just looking to see, where the coffee commerce could go best. And that makes me thirsty, obviously. But again, this thing is part of that Aegis combat system. And in my opinion, I think it was pumping in a lot of information to the Stockdale and to any other ships that were a part of this, any other submarines that were a part of this, any recon teams, because they're probably also preparing to board that Seahorse, that Russian tanker, if it doesn't turn around. And that's something you always have to be prepared for. So SEALs
Oh,
that are in the area are prepared to board those ships. Recon Marines prepared to board those ships. Lots of different options. But again, this is the newest variant of the E2D Hawkeye. And it's a state of the art radar platform that has basically leaps and bounds in capabilities. Like, think of a massive ASA radar up here in this dish that can look 360 degrees at all times. That gives you a capability that really hasn't been seen before, it just makes me a little bit excited if you can't tell. But again, this thing can blast off of a carrier. It can be up there pumping information to the Stockdale. Hey, we see the Seahorse coming in from this direction. It's 120 kilometers out. Here's the course, the trajectory that's going to be on. Here's where you need to
great.
position yourself to intercept it. So again, this thing is like the sixth man of the basketball team that
Mm-hmm.
makes you win the game every single time. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the ways that basically this intercept went down. Okay, so when you think of the precision and the teamwork that goes into an intercept, especially of a Russian ship, it's very, man, it's a very sensitive thing that you have to do because again, Russia's ship is something that, it is under sanctions, but also you have to remember that Russia has firepower in the area as well. We don't know the exact integration that they have in Venezuela. We don't know the full integration that they have, but we know that even the potential of Russians flying the Venezuelan Su-30s, they're up there training. They're going to train a lot of the Venezuelan pilots, so there's probably Russian pilots on any given day that if the U.S. went into an air campaign, they'd be fighting against Russian pilots as well. And so the same goes for these ships. Again, we don't know if there's weapons on board, and maybe it's at the point where we know there's weapons on board, but we're just not ready to board them yet because at the end of the day, we're not ready for this level of conflict. But here's how I think the actual engagement went down. And to me, this is like, man, it's up for debate, but I want to talk to you about what I think happened. Okay, so let's say the Stockdale, it acquires the Seahorse at somewhere around 100 kilometers out, and it starts vectoring towards the vessel. It gives a secure VHF call, and it says, under the Treasury Department's sanctions authority, we are intercepting you, and you must redirect your course. But as a part of that, they're not just going to make that comment. They're going to do some other things too. They're going to go ahead and train their 5-inch gun, which is a massive weapon for, any type of ship does not want to get hit with a 5-inch gun or a Sea Whiz. These things are radar guided guns, right? They're the just incredibly capable weapons. So when you train that, it's basically a psychological type deterrence. And that radar energy could be received by the tanker. They could know they're getting tagged, kind of like, a radar detector on a vehicle. You're going to know when you're getting tagged a lot of the time. So that Phalanx Sea Whiz radar is going to tie on to that Russian oil tanker, and then that radio call is going to come out, okay? And now it's kind of a showdown. Now it's like, okay, who's going to turn around first, and it's a high stakes game of chicken to kind of see what happens. So again, the Seahorse not being a fully armed vessel, and honestly knowing that they have some weapons on board or whatever they have on board, even if it's just what they say it is, those petroleum refinement products to make the Venezuelan petroleum less sulfuric, even if that's just all they have, they know that that's valuable cargo. So boom, instantly the ship's captain's like, hey, this isn't worth risking. Let's just turn around. And we know now that there's some teeth out there in the Caribbean, right? Because of these boat strikes that have been happening, there's actual teeth in the Caribbean. So I would guess here's what happened. So the radio call goes out. They debate with themselves. The Russian sailors debate with themselves for about a minute. Do we do this? Do we, is Mother Russia able to help us continue on our course because we want to deliver our cargo, we want to get paid? But then they know, hey, there's supersonic anti-radiation missiles likely on F-18s, and these E-2D Hawkeyes are up above. We know that there's aircraft in the area. Maybe they've gotten intercepted by an F-18 that flew over the aft part of the ship. And that's just a sign of, hey, we're checking you out. We're here. We've got anti-radiation missiles. We're ready to take you down if we need to, but it's not an act of war yet. And so then a minute conversation with those Russian sailors, they probably decided, hey, let's just turn around. Let's live to play another day. And so probably within about 20 minutes or so, they're going to comply and they're going to reverse their course, probably vectoring towards Cuba, and then basically go to Cuba, resupply, and then figure things out. But here's why this is strategic context on a whole new level. So this operation obviously targeted Russia's shadow operation in the area, which circumvents sanctions, right? They're trying to get around the sanctions. They're trying to sneak these boats in, and now they know they can't do that. So now Maduro's got basically a $10 billion plus per year annual oil sales revenue coming in. So the U.S. is basically now going to cut off a $10 billion industry for Maduro. So again, does this give other factions in Venezuela the ability to now come in? If Maduro is weakened, does regime change become even more of an option? This is something that, we got to think about now. So I'd love to know what you guys think. Does this soft war now even make it even more of a hotbed because Maduro gets desperate? I would love to know what you guys think. Really appreciate you guys being here. If you would, go ahead and say hi on Instagram, say hi on X, and then watch these videos that pop up right here. When these videos pop up and you watch them, it helps the channel grow exponentially, and I would greatly appreciate it. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'll keep you updated on all the breaking news coming at you. I'll plan to do a video every single day if I can. Thanks, guys. This is Ryan, also known as Max Afterburner, signing off.
This is the RM-834, the U.S. Special Forces' new prototype machine gun that's in the competition to replace their old Mark 48 that's been in service for over 2 decades now. The RM-834 fires the full-powered 7.62 by 51mm cartridge at 600 rounds per minute on full send mode, but its capabilities and its insides are nothing like the old Mark 48. So today, we're going to examine what makes this machine gun program a revolution, and we're going to take a look at what makes a Special Forces machine gunner different from your normie conventional one. To better understand why Special Forces are switching weapons, the defense company True Velocity invited me out to touch some grass in gorgeous old Texas to be the first person outside active duty to test fire their new prototype. We know that the United States Special Operations Command has publicly had this requirement on the books for this kind of lightweight machine gun assault, or LMGA as it's called, for years now.
And the intent is that this fits a role as an assault machine gun. We don't really in our conventional forces have an assault machine gun. The idea being, okay, it's not a crew serve weapon that you have a 3-person team and you're firing, but it's an individual weapon, belt fed, higher rate of fire, but allows you to put a volume of fire on the objective or during an assault.
SOCOM tried finding a replacement for the Mark 48 in 2016, then again in 2019, but they kept pushing it back and pushing it back, kicking the can down the road again and again until 2024. But why does SOCOM need to replace this seemingly beloved Mark 48 in the first place? What was so wrong with it? Before we get into that, this message is sponsored by Raycon. Recently, I've been flying all over the country to test fire the Army's new weapons, and the whole time I was traveling, I used Raycon's bone-conducting headphones. They're awesome for when you're on the go and still need to stay alert and not miss your connecting flight to Texas. And for Black Friday and Cyber Monday, you can save up to 30% on all Raycon audio products. Raycon's bone-conducting headphones use what's called off-ear audio, which sends sound through vibrations in your bones. What that means is that your ears stay open to what's going on around you. I was really excited to work with Raycon because they're actually what I use when I go to the gym, and I legitimately love them. Over 3 million customers also already love Raycon, and they come with a 30-day happiness guarantee. These give you crystal clear music, podcasts, or calls, 13 hours of battery life, and they're IP68 waterproof. I've run mine through the washing machine a bunch of times and they still work. That's not an official claim. Don't do that. I'm just saying. Raycon gives you premium performance without the premium price tag, and Black Friday is right around the corner. Raycon audio products are up to 30% off site-wide, from everyday essentials to the latest releases. These early deals won't last long though, so shop now before they're gone by clicking the link in the description or going to buyraycon.com/CappyArmyBC. The Mark 48 was originally designed by SOCOM in the early 2000s to replace the role of the Vietnam War-era M60 Pig. Elite units like the SEALs and Rangers and SF needed something with full 7.62 NATO firepower while still being mobile enough to be able to sprint with it onto an objective. The problem was, The M249 saw belt fed was like 17 pounds and only fired the less powerful 5.56, and your N240 Bravo weighed like 28 pounds, but there really wasn't anything in between. So they basically took that M249 saw and they made a chonky beefed up version that could fire the 7.62, and then voila, we had the Mark 48. Now, Mark 48 was beloved at first, but it developed a reputation over the years. It had some serious downsides. First of all, it became increasingly unreliable after a few weeks or months of abusing it in combat. Many of the weapon's parts broke down faster because the round exploding in there was way more powerful than the 5.56 round that the saw was designed for. And the LMGA program aims to resolve this problem with updated, better materials for higher durability.
So this is the RM834. It's an advanced prototype weapon that we have. It's still in development. The work we had to put into this was developing the recoil mitigation system and the mechanics of the weapon, and also to start working down the reliability curve. In the first month that we developed this weapon, we fired over 8,000 rounds through this weapon.
This unclassified statement document that I found online explains exactly what SOCOM wants out of the machine gun. The new weapon needs to be capable of hitting out to 1,500 meters, which is about an extra 500 meters of capability, and it needs to fire a 6 minute of angle as a minimum accuracy, and 3 minute of angle as desired accuracy at 100 yards, which is kind of crazy. That's not far off from rifles. Stop and think about how much of a revolution that really is if that's the case. Because the old M249 has a minute of angle of, I believe, 12 at its worst. So you're talking about a requirement to be 2 or possibly 3 times as accurate.
So right now with our 7.62 cartridge out of a belt-fed weapon, point target's about 800 meters. This can do that, right? With the barrel length we have, with the weight of the barrel, with the accuracy of the weapon, we can match that. And then if you tripod mount and you go to area targets, you can go out with 7.62 even to 1,800 meters.
The Mark 48 receiver only has about half the life of the M240 Bravo. So operators had bolt feed trays, barrels, and rods wearing down and dying faster. For your M240 and your Mark 48, the standard rule of thumb is to replace the barrel every 10 minutes of sustained fire, so about every 1,000 rounds. The new machine gun, the LMGA program, will have similar reliability, including suppressor performance.
It's a very lightweight weapon system. Configuration of this weapon and the weights of this weapon are largely driven by the barrel. This barrel that's on here right now is sized to accommodate the same duty cycle as an M240 barrel. So it's a much heavier barrel. It increases the weight of the weapon system to about 15 pounds, but it has an ability to fire several hundred rounds cyclic before you get into barrel. Almost crew serve weapons capability. So we can size the barrel to whatever the application is. But anyway, this weapon system somewhere between 12.5 and 15.5 pounds, largely driven by what capability you want out of the barrel, what firing rate you want out of the barrel.
And digging through SOCOM's demonstration document that's unclassified online, it basically says that SOCOM is heavily emphasizing reliability under heat and sustained fire. The test is built around trying to break the guns. And if it does fail to fire, the Army times how long it takes soldiers to fix the problem in remedial action. And it's not just reliability issues that have plagued the role of the lightweight machine gun assaulter since the M60. It's also weight concerns. And that's the first thing that I felt when I picked up the new RM834. I was shocked by how light it was at like 12.5 pounds. New materials being used today are far more light. It's about 6 pounds less than the Mark 48, while still having the same type of ammunition, and it's about 4 pounds lighter than the saw while having twice the firepower advantage. Whether you're an average infantryman or an elite baller with a beard, lighter is always better. That's what grunts complain about the most, right? We want it to be lightweight. Take that, pumpkins! Pumpkin latte season is over, you basic b****s. I fired it from the stand.
Of the base, which we need. We're going to try and reinstitute the Gulf this your final offer to Ukraine?
No, not my final. No, we'd like to get the peace. It should have happened a long time ago.
Or,
The Ukraine war with Russia should have never
this is a
happened.
different outfit
If
for
I
him.
were president, it never would have happened. We're trying to get it ended. One way or the other, we have to get it ended. So that he can continue,
Very different outfit from
that
Trump.
he can continue to fight his little heart out. Say it.
Do you have any comment about Bolsonaro's arrest? A former Brazilian president.
So I spoke last night to the gentleman you just referred to, and we're going to be meeting, I believe, in the very near future.
Sir, are you worried about the president being arrested
Yeah, the
today?
SEALs are going to bring him back.
What?
Oh, that's the new character. Great.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from. I'm filming this on November 22nd. We have some major news. Russia breached NATO airspace and shots were fired. I repeat, shots were fired after a Russian incursion into NATO airspace late Friday night, the day before I am filming this. This is major, major news. So we're going to get into it. I'm going to break down exactly where it happened, what happened, and I'm going to warn you, there are nukes involved at the site of where shots were fired against a Russian incursion into NATO territory. So a lot to break down. Of course, this is all going on with the peace discussions are also unfolding. But before we get started, please make sure to like and subscribe. You guys know the drill. Totally free. Huge boost to the channel. Comment with all your thoughts. Another huge boost to the channel. You guys have no idea how great it is to see everyone in the comments. So please comment below. Hit that notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then right here, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X, D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Reach out with any tips you have, or if you just want to say hello. I love talking with you all. You guys are the best viewers on YouTube. Now let's get into it. So as we've covered at length on the channel, there is a peace plan, a 28 point peace plan that is being discussed by the United States, Ukraine, Europe, Russia. And early indications are that this plan is almost certainly not going to go through. I repeat, is not going to go through. It seems like not all sides like it, other than maybe the Russians. And of course, the Russians are saying, if you do not pass this peace plan, we will continue to invade more and more of Ukraine. So I made a video on that this morning as well on November 22nd, showing you all Putin's comments. You can find that on the page where he said more war is coming if you do not agree to the 28-point plan. Will that be enough to turn the tables? I do not know. But one thing I do know is Putin and the Russians are always going to act erratic. They're not going to follow the rules. They're going to do what they want, and they're always going to test the limits. We've seen multiple drone incursions. We've seen 2 different incidents into NATO territory involving Russian fighter jets. Neither of those, in those 2 fighter jets incidents, none of the fighter jets were shot down. I personally think that is a huge mistake. I think that if you're going to violate NATO airspace, if you're going to violate a sovereign country's airspace with fighter jets or drones, you're fair game to be blown out of the sky. That's how you establish deterrence. That's how you make it clear to the other side, hey, we're not going to tolerate this. We're not going to put up with this. We'll just shoot you down if you do this to us. So now we have another incursion, and this time shots were fired. I repeat, shots were fired. This comes from ABC News. Dutch military opens fire at drones over Volkel Air Base. The Dutch military opened fire at drones over Volkel Air Base, but no wreckages were recovered. So this, of course, is in the Netherlands, which is a member of NATO. It says the Dutch military opened fire at drones over Volkel Air Base in the east of the country, but no wreckage was recovered. The Ministry of Defense said Saturday. Security staff at the base reported the drones between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Friday, prompting the Air Force to fire ground-based weapons to take them down. So the ministry said in the statement, the drones left the area and were not recovered. So it looks like they do not even know if they hit these drones, but they did engage them. They did open fire. They did shoot at them. Little bit odd that we don't know whether or not they were hit. I mean, we should have highly advanced weapon systems because this base houses America's nukes. Yes, you heard me correctly. The base the Russian drones were flying over houses America's nukes. Now, I know people are going to say, well, how do we know it's the Russians? Guys, we've seen this playbook over and over again. There's a drone incursion, like, oh, we're investigating. One day later, like, yep, we confirmed it. It's the Russians. It's always the Russians. And guys, who else would be trying to spy on our nukes in NATO territory? So they come in between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. on November 21st. They open fire, unleash gunfire at the drones. They apparently don't hit them, which is odd and not overly reassuring. It says in recent weeks, a series of incidents involving unidentified drone flights have been reported near military sites in the Netherlands and neighboring Belgium. We'll get into the Belgium thing here in a bit. Both the Dutch military and civilian police were investigating, according to the ministry, which said it was unclear why the drones were flying above and around the airbase. No further details were provided, citing security reasons. Volkel Air Base is used by the Royal Netherlands Air Force. In the Netherlands, the use of drones near all airports is prohibited for flight safety reasons, in addition to other security reasons around military facilities, the site said. So I'm going to put this up on the screen for you. This, what you're looking at right now, is where the air base is. So that's Volkel Air Base. That is where the shots were fired. Zoom in a little more for you here. So this is the air base. This is the runway. You've got the planes and bases and stuff over here. You see the 313 Tiger Squadron. That's an air fighter jet squadron, I believe. So this is where the attack took place, where the incursion, I should say, by the Russians into NATO territory took place. This right here, some more details. It said the Volkel military air base used by the Royal Netherlands Air Force, located near the village of Volkel, Netherlands, located in the northeast corner of the province of North Brabant. Am I pronouncing that correct? The air base is home to two F-35 squadrons, number 312 and 313, and a maintenance logistics base squadron for the Royal Netherlands Air Force. Volkel houses the 703 munition support squadron, part of the 52nd Fighter Wing from the United States Air Force. After more than 50 years, former Prime Minister Ruud Lubbers in 2013 officially confirmed the presence of 22 B-61 nuclear bombs at Volkel. In 2021. Training with the latest modification began, and in September 2023, 14 F-16s could be seen performing the bombing simulation. So here's some of the fighter jets. That's the flag of the Royal Air Force. So this is one of the nukes. And then if we scroll down here, this says, as of 2023, Volkel is one of 6 active air bases in 5 European countries with B-61 nuclear bombs and underground WS-3 weapons storage and security systems inside aircraft shelters. Ramstein has a vault, but no nuclear weapons present, and RAF Lakenheath's bunkers are being modernized. And then again, right here, it talks about how these bombs have been confirmed and are being tested. So they are over sites with our nukes, in the Dutch military open fire, shots fired at the drones. And unfortunately, this is not the first time this has happened. So this comes from CBS News right at the start of November. It says drones seen near airbase storing U.S. nuclear weapons resembles spy operation, Belgium's defense minister says. Belgium's defense minister expressed concern on Monday about a series of unidentified drone flights over the country and near a military base where U.S. nuclear weapons are stored, saying they seem to be part of a spying mission. Defense
At it. Now they need to be able to like hit them, hit the drones. ends. Oh god. Great. Talking about building a huge volcano.
It's absolutely
Yeah,
no
don't have to
question
say.
that we are reaching a new low at each passing day. We now got to a point where people see a beautiful image of children in a Christian church, whether it's a mass or a sermon, whatever it is, and then they comment stuff like this. Check this out. Mario tells us, so let me get this straight. In places like Florida, kids are banned from social media because the government is, open quotes, worried, close quotes, they'll get brainwashed, indoctrinated, or mentally hurt. Right? Yeah, to that I would say right. Now explain to me why the same kids can be dragged into functioning religions before they even know how to wipe their own ASS. I'll destroy him. Just give me a second. You think TikTok is dangerous, but 5-year-old memorizing verses about eternal damnation and invisible sky judges isn't? If you're really against indoctrination, then be against all of it, not just the digital kind, because nothing rewires a child's brain like a holy book being forced down their throat before they even understand what death is. You want to protect kids? Start by banning all religious indoctrination under 18. I know already some of you are seeing this and you're cringing and face palming so hard. I know. But for those of you who think, no, I think he's a very good point. He got you there. Okay, yeah. Let me finish and I'll show you. Teach them mythology, teach them history, let them explore different belief systems like art and literature, but keep them the F away from functioning religions until they're old enough to choose. Because if social media is a brainwash machine, religion is the original software. Man, and he really think this is a smart, deep... Let's examine this. So what did he do? He's got a strong hook, I'll give him that. Let me get this one straight, a bunch of written
But I think
symbols. And
indoctrinating
even though
people
we've got
should not be
like
allowed.
Christianity,
I think
Jewish,
the ability to
Muslim,
learn
but the only
about
one he's got a problem with
religions
actually
should be
is
there,
Christianity.
but
So you could have avoided adding all of these, just put the Christian cross, mate. Be honest. But yeah, anyway, so he's introducing the first item of discussion is something that I think we can all agree with. Yes, kids should not be indoctrinated politically, and too much social media is bad for children. Great. So he starts with something that you're like, yeah, no, I'm willing. Okay, I can agree with that. Then he goes into unconstitutional territory. This is the call to action against everything that the American, since he's talking about Florida, that the American Constitution is about, freedom of religion. No, yeah, just ban it. Ban that shit. Ban everything. Yeah, government intervention. Right there. While you're at it, why don't you remove the freedom of speech? Yeah, remove completely freedom of religion. How about that one? So yeah, no, that's what he actually wanted to say with this post. So everything else up to this was an introduction to what he actually wants, banning specifically Christian religion under 18. Then, because this is a really strong and un-American thing to say, then he tries to mitigate with this little paragraph, which is the part where he's like, no, but I'm reasonable, look at me. I do want them to be taught mythology, history, and different belief system, and yeah, absolutely. Just keep the F away from functioning religions until they're old enough to choose. Enough to choose. This isn't consent. We're not talking about, goodness gracious. It's difficult to not have your blood boil when you see the absence of logics. And then there is the closing statement, which he thinks makes him so smart. Alright, so let me tell you why this is absolute, complete, total garbage. Differently from him, I'm not gonna go try to manipulate you first with a little softball statement just to soften you up, and then something we can agree on, and then no, I'm gonna just say it right off the bat. So the people get offended, and here we are. The sort of political indoctrination that our children have been exposed to for the last few years is absolutely abhorrent and immoral. Instead, the type of specifically Christian religious indoctrination that you are singling out is based Now, you may think that this is a hypocritical stance on my part. So, for those of you who stayed, that didn't let the emotions type the unsubscribe and scream and go away, let me try and defend this position with reason and logics. See, the reason why there is nothing wrong here, it's because these children were brought to church by their parents. Their parents. Not an external person, not the government, not a teacher, the parents. Thus, the children that you show here at church were brought there by their own parents. These are their children. So it's the parents' right to raise them as they please and as they see fit. And your proposal of banning the ability to raise your children in your own religion, whichever religion that may be, is tyrannical and unconstitutional. When it comes to the social media platforms, however, so the kind of radical left, identity politics, gender ideology, woke teachers, far left positions that have been pushed onto our children, whether it be through TikTok, through YouTube, through games, through studios, through media, through cartoons, or in school, those people are not indoctrinating their own children. They're indoctrinating our children, so someone else's kids. Do you see why the two things are not even remotely comparable? This line of attack that I've seen, even people that I respect, that have different political ideas as me, but I still respect them because I think, okay, that person is intelligent, they know history, and yet when they are very left-leaning, this is a line of attack that they will use. They will see that oftentimes conservative parents will complain about the kind of political indoctrination that our kids are exposed to, both on social media and at school. And then the split second that happens, which is absolutely something the parents have the right to do since it's without the parents' consent, immediately people with this kind of ideology will point out to this very same parents being Christians and say, oh, you are here teaching your children about the Bible and Jesus, and yet you tell us and complain about indoctrinating the kids? Yes, and it's not a comeback that has any value from any logical point of view because, again, the two things are different. Any parent has the right to bring up their children however they want because it's their children, but you, however, have no right to indoctrinate someone else's children against the very values that that person or parents believe in. To further illustrate the point for those of you who are still resistant to this analysis, if, as a liberal parent, you choose to teach your own children that religion is nonsense, atheism is the way and it's based and true, gender studies are great, identity politics is the way to go, whatever you like, I say, by all means, it is your children. Teach away. It's your kids. No one is complaining here about your personal choice of religion. Whatever. It's your kids. Bring them up in the faith you choose. Or if you're, again, a secular household, a progressive household, and you're like, no, I'm going to teach my son, I'm going to teach my daughter, together with my wife, I'm going to teach her, religions are just a way to control people, but you just be a nice person, and we don't believe in it. In fact, the books are bad, and all of that. It's not like I'm going to come to you and tell you, you can't do that. No, I'll make it, and you can't tell them that until they're 18. Come on. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And in fact, unjust. Our complaint is solid because differently from yours, it's about external factors, meaning people and teachers, through either the power of social media or jeopardizing classroom integrity and academic integrity all the way up to university level. You're using that to indoctrinate someone else's kids. Not the same. Each parent is free to raise their children however they see fit. So showing kids at church is not the gotcha that you think it is, because those children were brought there by their own parents, and it's your parents' rights that you are trying to remove, but you will fail because it's unconstitutional and un-American. Subscribe. It also shows that this individual here has been completely brainwashed, because what you're seeing here, what is the basis of this comeback, of this idea of banning all religious indoctrination under 18? It's the fact that he thinks that religion is bad. Problem is, I don't. I think Christian faith is the best way to live your life. And here's the problem. My freedom ceases when it starts overlapping with yours. We should both be free to be able to have such position, but the moment you want to enforce your position simply on the basis that you think that it's the best way to live, that you think your idea is the best one, then why shouldn't I decide then that I think you're wrong, and I think that, on the other hand, atheism should be banned and religion should be enforced? You know, when that happens, you end up with a civil war, or you end up with an actual war, whether it be symmetrical or asymmetrical, which is why I disagree with that. I think people should be free. I will absolutely bring up my children in the Christian faith because I believe that that's the best way to achieve true joy and everlasting happiness. And I will fight for my right to do that. On the other hand, however, I will also fight for your right to not do that, to think that that's wrong, and to bring up your children however you please. And I think that the most honest and righteous way to approach that is to say, you teach what you think, I teach what I think, but we should both agree that once the child is 18 and they become an adult, if your child wants to be religious, even though you taught them secularism and atheism, then you should respect that. You did your part, but your child wants to become a Christian, you should allow that child to become a Christian. Likewise, if I teach and bring up my children within the Christian faith, but then as they are 18, they tell me, you know what, Dad, I don't really believe it. I'm an atheist. I should respect that. And I should love my son or my daughter all the same, because I've done my part as a parent, trying to do what I believe, trying to teach them what I believe is the best way to live their lives. But then again, they are my children. And so I should always be there. Of course, I can hope that in the future they'll change their mind and it's just a phase, and say the same you can do with your own positions. But the idea that you are going to try and point the finger, making a false analogy, and also try to add the idea of banning something simply because you think is the best way to do it, that makes you a tyrant, and in fact, dare I say, quite fascist of you. You call my faith a brainwashing machine. I call your politics a brainwashing machine. At the end of the day, as long as we're both free to be able to express our ideas without any fear of unjust repercussion, and most importantly, governmental intervention, which is all what the First Amendment and protected speech is about, then I say I have no problems here. But I will always have a problem. First, with this targeted anti-Christian, specifically targeted at Christians, because he could have put a Muslim mosque. Why didn't he do that? He could have put Jews here and their Jewish religion. He didn't do that. He had to have a problem with Christians, because at the end of the day, this is what this all is. Anti-Western and anti-Christian sentiment. We will say it, and we will fight to preserve our freedoms that we enjoy in the West.
Yeah,
that's what
one I usually put cake on.
If you appreciate my content
I
so
think
far
we
and wish to help ensure my ability
iPhone,
to
it's not too
continue to
bad.
tell it how it is,
Rumble app is
regardless
a
of
little
any
difficult
possible
on
backlash,
iPhone
please
to
support this
maneuver.
channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us, form the wall, defend the truth.
I just usually put it over here on my nose. I see you, booming kiss.
Our scholars, how was that night understood? Do we have any scholars who've spoken about this?
Yeah, so, and that's actually an amazing point. If they're going to come in and make a critique about something that's in our tradition,
not fall asleep. I can't look at the screen without
we
like.
already have it discussed. This is one, I think, it's disingenuous of them from the beginning, and two, when they bring it up, they they strawman the whole position, because whenever the videos that I have seen that have been made about this, they leave out the part.
But I can listen and comment at least. But I can listen and comment on it.
Today I'm teaming up with Alex Steele, YouTube's best blacksmith, to make something absolutely ridiculous. The world's first full metal boulder. But before we climb what might be the craziest boulder ever, first let me show you how we made it.
I have an assortment of scraps of steel for us to make a route out of. We've got tubular bits of steel, big ones, small ones, flat
heavy.
bits of steel. It is. That is one of
This
the.
holder's going to be heavy.
We might rip the wall down, right? We've got long round bits of steel. We've got all of it. We also have this stack of what will become Damascus steel. I've got no idea if it's going to work. Like, what's the friction going to be like?
But first, a quick inspiring speech from Alec.
If you get your hands inside there, you will not have hands anymore.
Will they just explode?
Yes. Same thing if you get your head in it, you will die.
Okay, cool.
Any body part will die. This is really dangerous. This is not like the type of thing to be just like throwing you under first time. But anyway, we're just going to throw you under it.
Okay.
Yeah! It's all under control. So just so you guys know what I'm going to do now, I'm going to cut it. I'm then going to fold it in half. So we're going to go from like 25 layers to 50 layers. Next step's going to be twisting that, getting a wrench on it, but we are under a little bit of a time crunch.
Yeah. I feel a little bit like a lost sheep. I don't know anything about anything. I'm the least practical human being alive, and we've got the most practical human being in there.
Right.
Oh my God, he's going to stab us.
The reason we... So the first thing we're going to do is make up some Damascus steel. This is a sword that I made a few years ago, and it has Damascus steel on the edge. It's essentially layers of different types of steel, and historically was essential for being able to make nice swords. But now it's just pretty beautiful, and is one of the nice things we get to do as a blacksmith is we get to make pretty layers of steel. First little 2v1 of the day, hit in the middle of this bar. Okay, now about 8 times as hard. 100 times harder than that. Man split some wood before. So we're now going to fold it back over again. Even more layers. I got to say, you're taking swinging a sledge very well. It comes quite naturally to you. Oh, heel hook. Damn! Oh, we've got to make another one of them. It's in my shoe, down my neck. That's good. That looks like a fiendish foothold.
This is our pièce de résistance hold. The Damascus one, the one with the tree patterns. The first ever Damascus climbing hole. I think that's pretty safe to say. So these are our finished holds. We've got the fattest pinch you'll ever find, which weighs a lot.
Not only is it the fattest, it's also the heaviest.
It's also the heaviest. And then the pièce de résistance is
our Damascus hold, and it is now time. And there are all the layers that you helped me fold.
That is amazing. That is the coolest climbing hold I've ever. Holy shit! That's crazy. That's going to be on a wall tomorrow.
Woo!
That's so
God, that's gonna suck to hold. But now I'm like holding it.
Look how good it looks.
There's nothing to hold on to.
Can't wait to try and climb on this tomorrow. We're just going to be.
It's going to be like slip and slide.
Before we start setting our metal project boulder for Alec, we first need to see how hard he can climb, and I have a special gift for him. Close your eyes. Okay, yeah. So this is the first ever Rungni Josh Rundle collaboration chalk bag, and this is for you. It's got mag dust in it currently.
Already loaded up.
Yeah, it's a little bit used because I used to climb with it, and now it's yours.
Thank you so much. That is bloody brilliant.
And if you would like an opportunity to win a lifetime supply of mag dust, the best chalk ever, then all you have to do is click the link in my description and then type in your email, and boom, you've got a lifetime supply of Magdust chalk. If you haven't had a chance to try Magdust yet, let me show you why it's so good. I'm gonna climb this V5 behind me with Magdust and then with regular chalk, and let's see how much chalk is left on my hands once I get down. As you can see, this is how much chalk I still have in my hands after a very slopey V5. And that is what makes Magdust so good. It just sticks to your hands for so much longer than any other chalk I've ever used. And if you're not lucky enough to win, then you can use my code JOSH to get 10% off everything in the Rungni store, whether that's some chalk or some of their amazing clothing. What grade do you normally climb in here? They have a strange grading system where it's like 1 to 7, and 7's really hard.
So I'll usually warm up with, you know, obviously the lower numbers.
Yeah.
You know, then a 3 is pretty consistent fash for me. 4 becomes slightly less consistent.
Okay.
And then 5 is something that I would need to project. And then there's a good chance that I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, maybe 50-50 that I'd actually end up being able to do the route.
Okay, cool. So should we go to, we'll go to like 5 then, shall we?
Yeah, that's good.
5, 6. There's a crimp here though.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that one's not very good. Okay. It's not so bad. I did use my height though for this. I've got him. Beautiful.
Wait, hang on a second.
Go on.
Come on.
I've sandbagged him. Come on.
You just reached for it.
I'm sorry.
All right, take 2.
Come on. Yes. Let's go.
It's so
nice.
quiet.
Come on. Nice. You're friends now.
Yeah.
Come on. Yes.
Yeah. Did you see me just get very happy as soon as I got on the crimp?
Like, relaxed. My friends.
This green 6 is very steep, but
very steep.
This is horrifying. But it is, you know,
all
more
edges.
of a crimpier thing. I'll probably just fall right off. I've never done a 6 here, so
we should do a 6 today.
It would be quite exciting if we did do a 6. Well, actually, I lie. I did once do a 6, but I'd been projecting it here and there for a few weeks. Finally, I get to the top. I get down to the bottom, and they changed the tag. They downgraded the thing to a 5. So, you know, in spirit, I've done a 6, but don't think so. Ooh, fingernail.
Love
Yummy.
Simon, that was always fun.
Every one.
Yeah, sorry.
The fingernails.
There we go.
Big last move.
Bloomin' heck, that looks hard.
The last move is the hardest.
Done. It's a lot steeper from under here.
Yes, isn't it? Come on. Good. Come on.
That was a mistake. Definitely that move I shouldn't have come off if I was, you know, not being
If you just kept your
a bad person.
A bad person. Nice. Good, come on. Come on, yes. Good hold. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, Alex. Come on, yes. Come on, next hold's good. Come on. Come on, Alex. Come on.
Yes. Reach for him.
Go for it. It's good hold. Come on. Come on.
Ah, he swung out.
So close. Oh my God.
Unfortunate.
That was so close. God. That was so close. That was cool to watch.
Well, after digging up the fact that I haven't done a 6, it would have been embarrassing if I just did one, you know
That's
what I mean?
true, yeah, you have to add some suspense. I mean, you definitely can climb the 6, though. That was your second go, and you just fell off the end.
I just didn't believe it at the end.
Yeah, you got to believe.
I'm here, but I don't believe it. Like, I shouldn't be here. Golly, thank you for the encouragement.
That was amazing.
All right, I'm about dead.
Okay, so
we should probably start doing some
set some
setting.
boulders, yeah.
Here is our Damascus hold after about 12 hours in the acid.
Oh my God.
Look at the texture on that thing.
Oh, it's actually
We've at last got
textured.
something that has some texture and grip.
Holy shit. I mean, oh wow. That is amazing.
Cool.
Yeah, it actually has a texture. That is incredible. The way the light shines on that is just amazing.
So at last something's going to have some grip.
The aim is to set Alec a grade 6, which is about V6-ish, and hopefully, using his own metal holds, we can get him up his first of the grade.
I would like them all to be jugs.
What do you think people are going to think of this boulder? Like, the public?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what normal people think. Never had the privilege of being one. But they'll probably think it's strange, dangerous, ridiculous, slippy. Hopefully, maybe they'll go, oh, that's kind of neat. You know, but even better, they'd be, you know, if it's like a real nerd about manufacturing and blacksmithing, they'd go, no way! Can't believe it! They're forged holds! Yes! That would be me if I saw it. God, I hate being on ladders.
What do you hate about ladders?
It's so weird and bouncy.
Do we want the top to be the like, okay, you've done the hard bit, now enjoy getting to the top? Or do we want the top to be like, whoa, we've still got some hard shit left which you weren't prepared for?
I always think the top is very scary, so I say, you've done the hard bit and like, you know, enjoy it. That was almost your finger. I saw. It's very strange, even though I've made my living being in front of a camera for many years, it's the fact that that's not my camera. It's really weird, and I feel very unnatural. God, that sucks.
Is it bad?
It's not as good as when it's in midair, that's for sure.
But there's definitely some things that we need to change, but I'm just gonna have a little play on the start to see if we're along the right lines. I have a feeling that we're not, and that it's way too hard.
Nice.
Oh, I'm still on. What the fuck? How did that happen?
That's ridiculous. What a move. That's like proper Mission Impossible, right? Start Mission Impossible. Right.
This is cool.
So then last move needs to go into the jug.
Yeah. Don't you think it looks a little bit like a medieval bouldering? Like
it looks like,
Henry VIII sort of bouldering wall.
A little bit like a scrap pile. God. I broke it already.
It's too easy for
Go
him.
on.
Come on, Alec. Come on. It's...
This is so much fun. It's made of metal.
Okay, this is way too easy. We're going to make this much harder for Alec. Oh.
I feel so at home on these holds. Okay, where's the down climb jug?
Yeah. Nice. Dude. I mean, that's great, and a little bit disappointing because you just cruised it. You broke our boulder though, Alec.
God, I love these moves. They make me so happy.
How did it feel for your skin?
Just like greasy, but amazing.
Nice, that's what you want.
Yeah.
So we need to make this a lot harder.
Damn it. If we switch that jug up there with this here, you stop me being able to break that move by slipping a finger inside it.
Guys, it's a lot of you guys' favorite time. TikTok sent in from you guys. New season just launched the other day, so the only way I can do these is with your guys' help, by helping me find good ones, bad ones, good takes, bad takes, funny, stupid, whatever. And typically at the start of the new season, there's some stupid takes flying around, so I can't wait to jump into these. But without you, I wouldn't be able to do them. So if you see these floating around the internet, continue to please put them in my Discord. Mods will go through them, make sure nothing will get me banned, and then we watch them on stream. Lock in, let's go. First one, Black Widow versus all strategists. I think I've seen this one.
Black Widow's healing against all the strategists. First up, we have Rocket Raccoon. And guys, this one was close, but Black Widow is going to take it.
If you balance the rocket ones, though, they double heal, right? So, like, wouldn't you want to be bouncing them?
Next up is Mantis, and I want you guys to keep in mind that there is no cooldown on this healing. You are given 15 shots, and once you activate the team up, you can shoot all 15 of those healing shots and get this ridiculous burst healing that just out-healed Mantis.
Okay, I have a little bit of a hindsight Andy to my advantage here, but This Widow change is actually phenomenal, but I've literally never seen it used. Like, nobody wants to play Phoenix and then play Widow together. Just doesn't make sense right now. But like, you know what? In some world, I think they could rework Widow into a support. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Make her like Annie.
And he's hitting directly, so he definitely has an advantage here. But despite this, it still ended up being pretty close. Next up is Adam Warlock, who definitely has some impressive burst healing, but I personally think I would prefer Black Widow's 15 consecutive shots. Despite this, it was a draw though. Next up,
would we though? Would we actually prefer that, where Widow only has to sit there and hit shots when Adam can just hit one button?
Is Luna Snow. I just used her base healing, not her clap. It seemed more fair, and it was a draw once again. Next up is Cloak and Dagger, and I opted to only use her pellets because once again it seemed more fair. This is Black.
Wait, why did Loki get clones then?
Yeah, why did Loki? Yeah, that was so.
And as you guys can see, it's not even close. Black Widow.
It kind of seems all over the place.
Is a nasty strategist. Next up is Ultron, and I put him on 160% speed to make it fair.
Okay, Ultron healing's ass, to be fair.
While we're waiting for this terrible strategist to heal Groot, I want to tell you guys to follow because we are so close to 100K. We are only 50 followers away, so drop a follow right now if you're not already. Next up is Invisible Woman, and this was just an absolute beatdown.
Okay, this is rage bait.
I did use the shield. Had I not used the shield, it obviously would have been.
What is this?
Next up is Jeff, and this one is a lot closer than I thought it would be. But Black Widow
why does Invis get the shield? I don't get it.
A top 3 support in the game right now. Finally is Gambit. Let me know if you guys think Black Widow deserved this buff or if she's gonna be way
no heal boost on the Gambit. Okay, all right. Real talk though, I think this is a little bit of like a rage bait kind of video in some ways. Also, we've seen these games before, and it's Ana. Actually, unironically, I think they maybe are cooking with Widow maybe being a support because you can't buff Widow, right? Like Widow has to suck. You can't have a one-shot sniper hit scan in this game, right? Like we all know that now, right? Like it can't happen. But it sucks. Widow's so ass. You know what I mean? Like I feel like Black Widow is like kind of like a well-known Marvel character, right? Like she's pretty well known. Probably should be better. But how can you make her better? You really can't. You can just buff like all the other parts of her kit, which is like not that fun, you know? So, I don't know. I think they're cooking. I'd love to see a rework into a support. All right, next.
I agree.
Oh, it's Quad. My goat.
So I got the season 5 patch.
It's quiet.
And I'm just going to tell you what's happening. Widow is being moved to the strategist position.
What did I say?
Widow's bullets can now be empowered by the Phoenix Force, letting her switch between regular...
I'm glad he made this because I saw the original. I was like, wait a minute.
...in Phoenix bullets in combat, allowing her to heal her teammates and do AoE to enemies.
Don't you know I'm an evil Guang Guang agent?
I am now officially 2 for 2 on these predictions. Remember when Jeff needed a rework?
What
did
the other one?
I say? I said his ult should be a healing pool. Then look what happened to the ult. Giant healing circle.
You have doubted perfection too many times.
All I wish to do is spread knowledge and
Quad, did you record this on a PlayStation 4? What the am I looking at?
teach you all how to play the game, but you don't listen to me.
I know everything.
And remember, in those same patch notes, I mentioned how Hulk was getting a buff.
And now you look at that dev vision. Look who's getting a buff. Don't doubt me.
Damn, I'm not gonna lie. He kind of did cook. He actually did kind of cook on that one. I remember when I watched the dev reveal, I immediately was like, wait a minute. I saw that video. He actually called it.
Lover.
I don't know how he did it, but all right. Okay, next one. Turtle Lover.
All right, Turtle Lover. How do you want to settle this? Gonna be rock, paper, scissors?
Wait, it's not Turtle Lover. It's not Turtle Lover. It's... Okay.
How do you want to settle this? Gonna be rock, paper, scissors? Go flip a coin? Joint custody?
Rock, paper, scissors.
All right, rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Rock.
I had paper. Fuck. Yeah, it's tough.
Wait, how do you know? You just say you had paper? You had to hang on, no. You have to both type it in chat at the same time. You both pre-type your answer and you go rock, paper, scissors, shoot, and then you hit enter and whatever you typed.
All right.
No.
All right.
Wrong. Do it again.
Look how white his hair is getting, bro. This shit is consuming him. Hold on. Season 1 dev.
Oh, this is so sad, actually. I know what he's
Look at
talking
this.
about.
There's barely any white in there. Now look at bro.
Don't look that bad.
Killing this guy, man. It's been a year. Show some respect.
Is actually, dude, this is actually like legitimately a phenomenon. I noticed it in Overwatch. Dude, who's got old Aaron Keller? Aaron Keller, when he first took over the Overwatch team years ago, if you look at a photo of him, and then I don't know if he got his hair dyed recently. He might have actually. But if you look at Aaron like a year ago when I was still playing a lot of Overwatch, dude, he turned so gray. It happened almost immediately. Real talk, like, you know, like very real talk. It is extremely stressful running a game, and even more so a live service game, and even more so a live service game with the audience that this game and like hero shooters has. And then take it a step further, you have China crunch work culture. Holy shit. This guy probably doesn't even sleep.
No,
I feel so
not.
bad for him. He better. I hope that he is making the fattest of bags. I hope he is making it generational wealth. I hope he's making enough money that he can
the
retire
Communist
in
Party
5
is
or
going
10
to stick
years
their
for
hand
the rest
into
of
it.
his life and do whatever he wants. That's my hope. That's my hope. Look at Obama. He looked different. Okay, Obama's a little different though. That's the president. The president. I'm not saying being a game, like running a game, is as hard as being the president, but like it's hard. You know what I mean? Nah, same thing. Okay, all right.
Darn, I wish I had a buddy to play with. I know, I'll make one. Stick buddy. Nah. Rock buddy. Nope. Sink buddy. Almost. I've got it. Bubble buddy. This is great.
Dude, you should. Oh, dude, you should have done this the one in the nightmare mode, like in the Halloween mode where you can get the perk where you get the big bubble, you get to get the giant bubble. That would have been fire. Hey, just throwing it out there as an idea for the future if you ever want it. I thought it was safe.
Oh no. Oh no.
I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't either.
I didn't think about that. I should have known, but I didn't think about doing that mid-ult. He missed, by the way? How do you know he missed? You thought you got away? Who decided that? When he says fear him, he means it. Oh, he's gonna throw his ult through the The comments on these are sometimes pretty funny. I like them. Okay, next. First ever to die to this. What? No way. I just feel bad for him. You said YouTube needs pictures in the comments. Bro, I think you can listen. I think you can leave voicemails now. I think the creator can leave a voicemail on a comment. I don't know. I saw that somewhere that you could do that. I don't know if it's true, but I haven't looked into it.
One go.
Oh God, this is giving me flashbacks to the P.O. Box opening stream like 4 years ago.
One go.
Here we go.
Oh, what?
3, 2, 1. I ult now.
And then he what the fuck?
What?
Like, okay, so no, let's try it without a thing ult, because obviously it's a very situation. I did just jump normally, stops him, but because he moves, I.
You can reject the Hulk dive, but by throwing rocket res at him? No way that works.
3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. There you go.
Could you put like a Doctor Strange portal where it lands and then like spit me out somewhere else?
Schwungers, go Doctor Strange. Go Doctor Strange.
So I get, like,
No way it works with strange shift, right?
Oh.
How did you get here, bro? The portal was up there. What the fuck?
Gotta move a little bit.
That is wild. I don't even. It doesn't even have rhyme or reason. How did he teleport in the low ground? Couldn't tell you.
rhyme or.
I'm gonna summon.
By the way, chat, if you enjoy these videos, because I know they get broken up sometimes into smaller bits. If you enjoy these videos and you want to see more, make sure you keep linking them into my Discord. Cool, funny, stupid, good take, bad take, whatever they are, TikToks. Because I'm only one set of eyes and ears, and my mods will go through it, make sure that nothing will get me banned. We watch them on stream. So if you want more of this content, the only way to get more is by having you submit some stuff. So thank you for all of you that have been doing it. All right, lock in.
Do the work.
I'm gonna summon Philip to voice Marvel rival characters how he thinks they sound. He doesn't know any of the characters.
Guys, I need help. I think I need to go to the bathroom.
That's not a bad venom.
So good.
The time has come for you to meet power.
Heavenly thing, yeah, something like. Wait, that's actually kind of accurate.
See this gun?
I was given one mission in this life.
Welcome to my domain now.
Now listen here, kid. You see my arm is broken, but listen. I'm asking you to take me to the hospital. But what I'm saying is, the speech is over.
I never realized it was broken. Wait, is he like a voice actor? It actually sounds like he could be a voice actor.
That was really shocking. Thank you so much.
Actually sound like he could be a voice actor. Wait, that's Adam Warlock, by the way? No shot. Is it actually Adam Warlock? No, I don't believe you. You're just trolling. I know he pops into streams a lot of times. That's why. Or not pops into streams. He's like very active in the community.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. They have it, they have it. Watch out, they have it, they have it.
You guys see what I'm seeing? Someone said average Flats fan. Oh, well, you, all right? You're here.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. They have
No, it's not my fault. My community is full of either the biggest trolls or old. There's no in between. You were either old, and I mean 25 plus, because in gaming that's old. Actually, a lot of you that are here every day are like in the 30s. Don't me started. I see you, buddy. You old bastards that are here. You always talk about, oh, I'm clocking in for work today. Oh yeah, whatever. 8th year in a row. You're about to get. You're on your like 2nd level of benefits package, or the biggest trolls. There's no in between. Sorry.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. They have it, they have it.
Yo, what do they have?
Watch out. I can't say it right now. Watch out. Luna, watch out. They have it, they have it, they have it, they have it. All right, good job.
What do they have? Yeah, I want to know what they have.
What do you talking about?
You know something we don't, bro.
Maneuver, 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 maneuver.
Maneuver where? Maneuver where? Maneuver where?
Just fucking maneuver,
what I'm
please.
saying, bro.
You know they have it now. You know they have it. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Watching,
watch
we're
out.
watching, we're watching, we're watching.
Careful, careful. All right, good. Watch
Wait,
out.
that is actually top tier trolling. That's actually top tier trolling. I love that one. That was good. Pivot, maneuver, 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 pivot. I can't say it right now.
Pan universe. I gotta go to the bathroom. And then maybe we'll play some Rivals. The new hero out for Overwatch. She looks pretty cool. I like Vandetta. Obviously, she's a DPS. Probably gonna play like Magic. Yeah, I'm gonna play like Magic. And can block. All right, I'll go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Later. And you're all wet. I don't want to hold you while you're all wet. Later, later. I figure out where the sink's leaking. Do you wear stretchy pants?
Definitely the run. Holy. The luck. Skill.
Percent? What does it mean? 8%. Dude, that's good. Oh, that's holy cow. Yeah. Hey, try it on Thor. Hey, don't walk away with my drink. I'm gonna give me my drink back. Don't go away with it. Hey, put it back on my desk. Thank you. Doing, Nicky boy. Hmm. Yep. Back to it. dressed. 40 degrees out. Cold. Right around the corner. Christmas is right around the corner. Do I have mark my yeah. Maybe I can do it quick. No, it's Billy. I feel it in here.
No. What not? What not?
You're allowed to go outside. I'm not stopping you from doing it. Mom's gotta get ready, and the baby's gotta get ready. Yeah, it's not just you going out. Yeah. And you gotta put on your jacket. Eva, shut up. I'll take something. story on full screen, huh?
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. My brother Loki imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
Mm-hmm.
Life must prevail over death. Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard! I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I. Do not let me regret choosing you for this mission. The wrath of Asgard! arrive. Fight harder. You are of no use, sweet day. Behold the god of thunder! My power grows. Waken the rage of battle. Alas, a champion has fallen. Rise, magnificent arrogance. The battle has only just begun. Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard! The wrath of Asgard! You fought well, but the war is far from over.
run.
All hope is not yet lost.
Someone fell off. I didn't have enough life steal.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I am
Ooh, one more round with Thor.
the mightiest avenger. It was on Earth that I
More
truly
health.
learned what it was to become
So,
a hero.
right button. Wait around. That. There's life steal. Let's see. 4 force, yeah, need one of those. Quick exploration, one of those. Headshot, random. That's stupid. Horrible. Power, alright. Dude, let's go.
Life must prevail over death.
How many headshots does it take? Jeez. Guys, for these guys. I think it really impedes my movement speed here, but whatever. Feels like an okay run.
Fought well, but the war is far from over. Do not succumb to the chaos.
Our guy's tied into that one though. I need a headshot multiplier still. Still not doing too great damage wise. Still a little low.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success? Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard!
Name her next though.
More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Boom power. We're good on duration. Damage still. Let's see how this goes. I got chimney stack, man. I hate that one. Don't know how I died there, but okay. Do one more shot. That bullcrap, huh? Definitely not doing as much damage. Happy about this one. Creating darn wall.
More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Wind power. Add projectile size, I guess, to it. Probably die this round.
Life must prevail over death. Behold the god of thunder!
I don't know damage for my liking, in my opinion. Yeah, we're killing them quick, I guess.
But the war is far from over. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Still no headshot multiplier, huh? More headshot multiplier.
But can you repeat your success?
So. Yeah, we need that one. Cool.
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Gosh, computer broken.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Behold the God of Thunder! Awaken the Razor Battle! Fought well, but the war is far from over.
There we go. Headshot damage. Headshot damage. Good on duration. We're at 39. 8. Damage dealt. Damage dealt. Damage dealt. Headshot multiplier. Leave. Leave. Dealt. This will be good. That's the run. look at all this headshot multipliers. Oh, yes. Projectiles eyes. Awakening rate. So. Sorry. Time to kill the witch. Okay, let's try to respawn that one more time. Just throw up on my part. No headshots here, but that's okay. Very hot. More power.
There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Life must prevail over death.
Oh, last one. Alright, that was the run too. I just need to get more blue pieces. I mean, do we go for it? I think we go for it again. I just get more, oh, that was really good. That was a really good run. Oh, I can get... We'll do our battle pass. Yes, we have the blue thing now. Awesome. All right, let's hear. And now we're gonna try to die very, very little. And if it's not the damage run at the beginning, then we restart. We don't waste any off. Water leaking under there for knows how long. I think I might have solved it, but who knows? The shark bite fittings, they don't last very long. Solder them together. Might have some sleeves and stuff downstairs. Alright. We'll do this once or twice more, then we'll get into comp. Get our placements completely done. Oh, it's been hectic, man. Like 3 losses last night, right? Yeah, gold 1 placements. 16 and 5. It's not like they weren't healing. They got blocked so much damage. 10 final hits. I was playing Hulk, I don't know why. That guy played everything under the sun. So did I. I got triple. I wasn't playing Rocket the time. I don't know that Loki was the pick. I think we would have been better off with the Jeff, honestly. They made a lot of changes too. The Storm was a pain in the butt. Nobody was focusing her. That's why I went Bucky and Phoenix. I didn't do too bad with Bucky. Died 3 times, killed 11 people. Yeah, I died way more with Phoenix. Yeah, I couldn't kill anybody with Storm. Their Storm was good. Storm was too slow moving for me. Yeah, and our Hulk barely died, but he was always sitting in spawn. And this one was a GG go next. Like from the beginning. Scarlet Witch, Spider-Man. Orlax played Widow. What had the highest damage on the team, other than our Star Lord here that was throwing. That's. We'll get better comp matches today, right? Is what it is, one way or the other.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught.
Play some Thor. Get some good headshot bonuses in. We just need multiples of those. Alright, purchase. Nothing on the first page. Sure. Headshot upgrade, damage dealt right there. That. More duration. Get that once. Right button, duration there. That was a really good set right there. Don't care about the duration as much. Get a little bit of health here. Boom power for sure. There's duration there. Let's re-roll, see what we get. Do a random. Crap. Might not be a good run, guys, but we'll see. We have no life steal yet, too. So we have to play it carefully. We're doing okay damage. Try not to die before the first boss. Got everybody out here, huh?
Impressive. But can you repeat your success? Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission within the range of battle.
that one.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
Wasn't the greatest cards. I needed a lifesteal card at the beginning. I needed a bunch of cards at the beginning. More headshots. Try again. Last one, and then we'll go. Well, we'll quick play it. I think field in the game today. Let's do it. My legs are going nuts. I've been sick all freaking morning.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
It's been kind of miserable day, honestly. But I'm here.
It was on Earth that I truly learned what it was to become a hero.
Yeah, -5 there. 15 damage. I'll take that. 8 damage. Whatever those do. That. What's up, bud?
I used to coming. Look at me.
I get the right click one yet?
Wait.
Not late. Oh.
No.
Want to sit on my lap?
Wait, wow.
You're not gonna wiggle around. Oh, that's fine. Let's do this. Come on. Are you all chalky?
Yeah. I was just talking. Yeah. What happened to Sam?
It's gotta get your feet wherever you need them because I can't play with you leaning on my right wrist too much. So you need to scoot somewhere. I don't know where. But
Oh yeah, like going down that.
buddy, I'm playing a game. I'm going to do this first, and then we can get Mama's phone when she comes. I don't know why you're inside without her. To be honest. There we go.
After I wasn't going.
No, not yet, buddy.
After.
Yes, if I die here short.
Oh, you had to die because. You had to die because then how?
I ain't getting any light skill yet, so that's a problem. But
Well, no.
zombies.
Oh, jump by guys.
Yeah.
But can you repeat your success?
Jump by guys. It's good guys. Them good guys. This and robot
Buddy.
homies. What is it?
Because you're asking too many questions right now, I'm focusing.
I see your eye.
I would prefer if you weren't sitting on my lap. Or too late. I can't open up.
What am I doing?
It's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Fight hard. You are of no use to me dead.
People
buddy?
People die.
Hopefully not. Trying to stay alive.
Them not watching. Because them got TV, so them TV. Why them sharing TV?
They don't have TVs, buddy.
Look, they're holding.
Those are shields.
Oh. Oh, those zombies here.
Yep, zombie shields, buddy. They're like riot, please. I died. This is a pretty good run, though. I might continue it. Try it one more time.
Dad, I see the base. Dad, I cut that side because zombies want to kill you.
Zombies want to kill me, kiddo.
Yeah, I cut them will happen. So it's a mean.
They are very mean.
Because I'm a slave.
Alright, that's not good. Okay, you want to watch my phone?
Yeah.
I guess you can. Where's Mama?
Mama's in thing. Who's making dinner?
You making dinner? What you making?
Big White and I might chicken nuggets.
Okay.
Yeah.
What you making for Dada?
One matching morning.
Okay. Go sit on the chair. You can go sit on the chair. Love you. I was hoping for that one. That was some good damage, but can't put them on me. Can't do that one. Alright. One more.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
Yeah, I know.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. I will dare the very gates of hell to save Asgard.
Good room. I need there, that's okay. I need one of those. Reflex. Come on, headshots. Do damage, but I have no headshot. We'll see. Last was one. I should stop with it.
Choosing you for this mission.
Damage, just raw damage. Not damage. without the headshot, though.
Fought well, but the war is far from over. Do not succumb to the chaos. Undead warriors will soon arrive. Life must prevail over death. Behold the god of thunder! Awaken the rays of fire. Behold the god of thunder! Alas, a champion has fallen. Rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun.
Look, green guys. Add drop damage. Once I get that, it's gonna be peachy keen. All these guys are gonna die like lickety split. And I need life steal.
Behold the god of thunder! Awaken the rays of battle.
Come on.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I. Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead.
Get through this one.
success.
Woo! Are they? Yeah. Oh, there's 3 moons. Yes. All right. There he is. Hi, I am hungry. I don't know what I want though. I might have my burger. Okay, no rush.
Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard! Behold the god of thunder! But the war is far from over. Life must prevail over death. undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Can you repeat your success? Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Is far from over.
Headshot. Headshot. In there.
Eternal as I. Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead. Soon arrive. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
5 steel. 5 there. Nice, nice. Screw it. Still. Awaken. Headshot, nice. Feeling when I drop this. This fool. Doing okay, doing okay, doing okay. Out of this form. Ah, come on. Bring him to stop doing his crazy bull. Oh, come on, just drop Nate on her. Queen's dead. Why hasn't he dropped yet? Jeez. He has no squids up. When is he coming down? there, finally. Jeez.
Alas, a champion has fallen. Rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun.
Let's clear the field. Clear the field.
Do not succumb to the chaos. Behold the god of thunder! Behold the god of thunder!
Oh, a little close.
There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not succumb to the chaos.
Oh no. Get away from me, zombies! Look, these are floaty ones. Myself out of this corner. Oh, dude. We're almost there. Clear the field of all these guys. They're dead, and then these guys.
Impressive, but can you repeat your success? Life must prevail over death.
Yeah. Not on. Okay. Why'd you put it around? I know, you could have just put it in front of the cup. Yeah, am I using that screen right now? Oh, come on! No, 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 no. We got this, we got this. Kill these guys. Kill those guys. Holy cow. Explodey guys, you're the worst. Time to face the queen. Damage. So some damage going. Damage. Ooh, different duration. Okay, let's do this. Going against the queens. Double queens. It wouldn't activate in time. GG's. I did it.
The world is cleansed once more.
Well, I did it solo. I did the hardest one solo. I did the hardest like challenge on this by myself without a squad solo. Some of them you can. That was awesome. That was tough. Save something where the wind meets. What's the matter? Where is he? What happened? Then why are you crying? Why are you in your high chair eating? I can't see him. No idea what's going on over there. He's all alone. Nobody's watching him. What are you freaking out about? Calm down. Jake. Why? Bitch. Out of nowhere. Bloody murder. No. What happened? Did you choke on your hot dog because nobody was watching you? And scare the heck out of yourself? Steven, get down! But we figured it out. What?
Because he's instead of moving, his first reaction
The next one that we do. Punisher might be the next easiest one to do, I think. Or Blade. Blade would probably be the easiest. How did I do it in? Oh, no. Yeah, there's no way I made it on that scoreboard. Sheesh. Career. Yeah, I did 42, right? Yeah, I don't think I did it in 42. Mystery. Yeah. Took a bit, but we got it done. We got it done. You're a little late there, Miss Diva. It's already come and gone. Alright, what's a video while we eat? After all that chaos. Yeesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump has just absolutely dropped the hammer on the single largest immigrant-based fraud ring in the entire country, a fraud ring that, by the way, has defrauded this country out of over $287 million in just the last 5 years alone. Now, as I'm sure many of you know, right this very moment in the state of Minnesota, there are right around 80,000 Somalian immigrants, many of whom have entered the country over the last 20 years as refugees. That said, right now, there are also right around 700 Somalian immigrants with TPS status, temporarily protected status, which was given to them by the Biden administration after, I kid you not, they illegally invaded our country. Now, before we go any further here, there's something very important that all of you need to understand. Let me try to explain how all of this really works. Somalians that have come into this country legally as refugees, as well as Somalians that have come into this country illegally and then been given TPS status, can both ultimately bring their families into the country as well through a process called chain migration.
He does.
In fact, right around 30% of the Somalians in the country right now in total have entered the country through this chain migration process. And in case you haven't noticed, this entire situation has recently gotten completely out of control because, as it would turn out, Somalian immigrants have ended up becoming the single most criminally inclined demographic in the entire country. In just the last 5 years alone, attempting to defraud hundreds of millions of dollars out of the federal government.
Well, Diva's a
and by
pig.
the way, I'm not joking when I say that. If you don't believe me, take a look at this.
He's getting eye drops.
Somalian immigrants in Minnesota specifically have recently been caught orchestrating over half a dozen fraud schemes, always aimed at targeting and taking advantage of taxpayer-funded relief programs that are designed really to support Americans who are down on their luck. In fact, as a total comprehensive breakdown here, there was the Willow Tree Educational Center scam, in which Somalians submitted $2.3 million worth of fake meal invoices to the government. There was the Evergreen grocery store scam in which Somalians submitted $4.2 million worth of fake meal invoices to the government and attempted to launder money through foreign transfers back to Somalia. There was a fake construction site scam in which Somalians submitted $7 million worth of fake enrollment rosters and invoices to the government and engaged in chargeback wire fraud. There was the Rand Partners in Nutrition scam in which Somalians once again submitted over $10 million worth of fake meal invoices to the government and then laundered the funds back to Somalia. And then, most recently, there was the Owned Smart Therapy scam in which a group of Somalians lied about non-existent therapy sessions in which they diagnosed non-existent people with non-existent autism, ultimately trying to scam tens of millions of dollars out of the federal government. In fact, for some more information on this case specifically, just because it's so repulsive and disgusting, take a look at this.
A new, stunning report from the City Journal showing a massive fraud scheme in Minnesota. You have to hear about this. It involves false autism claims, the Somali community, and connections to a terror group. Let's explain over at The Wall. Now, it all revolves around autism and HSS program. That is Minnesota's Medicaid Housing Stabilization Services. Now, this was created to help seniors, addicts, and others find housing. But the criteria in this program was incredibly loose.
I don't like it.
Therefore, easy to take advantage of. It's led to fraud and costs absolutely
this chair in so it can be right there.
Just 5 years ago.
Nobody's sitting in the chair. It doesn't have to be out.
Costs for this program were $2.6 million. 4 years later, by 2024, cost had been over $100 million, 104. Through the first 6 months of this year, costs are at $61 million, meaning if you double that over the entirety of the year, you're looking at $122 million. In 5 years, from $2 million to $122 million. Now, why? 6 people are accused of defrauding HSS, and they're members of the Somali community. But this just gets worse if we take a look at Minnesota's federally funded autism program. Now, several people, and this is an example, a woman in the Somali community are co-conspirators, and they're accused of recruiting kids for autism therapy. They brought in families, had them convinced to get their kids diagnosed as autistic. In fact, these families ultimately ended up having various social services bid for their children, competing with the number, size of check that they would get. It didn't matter if the kids had autism. And what happened? Autism claims to Medicaid surged. In 2018, $3 million. By 2023, listen here, from $3 million to $400 million. Autism providers jumped from 41 to 328 in 5 years. Now, City Journal reports that the Somali fraud rings send a lot of money back to Somalia. 40% of households in Somalia get remittances from abroad.
Illegal immigrant
that
does.
totals $1.7 billion.
Or
that is more
whatever it is.
than the entire budget
Refugee.
of the Somali government.
They send it back home.
Money being sent abroad
Because
from
they're not
abroad
loyal to here.
back
They're loyal
to
there.
Somalia. Where is that money going? Take a look at this. Most alarmingly, a lot of that money is funneled through money traders, and in the end, ends up in the hands of al-Qaeda-linked Islamic terror group Al-Shabaab. So to bring this full circle, the Minnesota taxpayers are funneling money through fraudulent autism claims back to Somalia, where that money lands in the accounts of Al-Shabaab.
So yeah, folks, let's really break all of this down.
It's
a group
absolutely
of
disgusting.
Somalian immigrants living here in the United States of America opened up a bunch of fake mental health clinics,
Heck,
then
they
forged
mostly
a
look
bunch of
inbred anyway.
fraudulent autism diagnoses so they could defraud the federal government. Then they sent much of that money back to Africa to fund radical jihadi terror groups. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't make this up. This is the United States of America in the Lord's year of 2025. Now, luckily, like I said earlier, President Trump has decided.
I cannot believe it.
to take direct action. In fact, late last night, President Trump posted this on Truth Social. Minnesota, under Governor Walz, is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as President of the United States, hereby terminating, effective immediately, the temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state, and billions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from. It's over.
They're
You
no
hear that,
refugees.
folks? Send them back to where they came from. Now that is a message that I can get behind.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who still doesn't know the difference between a man and a woman, had this to say.
Tampon
It's
wall.
not surprising that the president has chosen to broadly target an entire community. This is what he does when he wants to change the subject. And so, folks, you know what? Here's my personal message to Governor Tim Walz. This community of Somalian scammers, thieves, and illegal immigrants
Inbred.
absolutely should be legally targeted. Their crimes should be stopped. They should be held
all
criminally
inbred.
accountable, and if possible, they should be deported. And the reason why is because they have been
Not as inbred
predaciously
as
targeting
Omar Farquhar,
Americans for
whatever his
years
name is,
now,
but-
taking advantage of our hospitality and goodwill. Imagine
Mhm.
being a Somalian immigrant and getting refugee status here in the United States of America.
And then
You've
sending money
literally
back
hit the
to
jackpot.
fund the terrorist
But
organizations
instead
that you
of
left.
being appreciative and respectful, working to assimilate and become a productive member of our society, instead, you stab a knife into the back of the very country that offered you a helping hand, working tirelessly to defraud all of us hardworking, gracious American taxpayers. So you know what? If I can be honest here, ripping away their TPS, their protected status, isn't even going far enough.
No.
They've collectively been taking millions
need
of
to be
dollars worth of
expedited.
federal aid money and lying about feeding starving American children. They've been giving that money to radical jihadi groups back in Africa, and they've been lying about taking care of American children with autism. As far as I'm concerned, these are
They need
lines that
expedited
cannot
out
be
of there.
crossed. We
And we need our
cannot
money
tolerate
returned.
this. Frankly, the level of
Take
deep
all their Somalian
spiritual
property.
decay that has compelled these Somalian immigrants to engage in this evil behavior cannot be tolerated. So you
Zero.
know what? I'm with President Trump. I hope he deports every single one of them, because I'll tell
Yep.
you what, that is what it's going to take
Yes.
to put America first.
What is he making? Chocolate cake. Making another short. Give me a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump.
Darn it. Why can't I figure out how to spell Somalians? Somalians. Somalians. Whatever.
From the New York Post, ex-GOP aide paid fetish artist to mutilate her and claimed it was an anti-Trump attack, according to court documents. So we can't actually show the photos. I'll show you the picture of the woman without the brutal photos. But this is her, Natalie Green, arrested and charged with staging the violent attack. This is the right's Jussie Smollett. It happened. And I have to blur it because she sliced herself up like crazy and wrote Trump whore on her stomach. But apparently they say it was all a hoax. A former New Jersey GOP aide allegedly paid a fetish artist to carve dozens of cuts in her skin and had a pale scrawl Trump whore on her stomach in order to claim she was the victim of a politically motivated violent attack, according to shocking new court documents. Apparently, she then had herself zip-tied up. She claimed she was zip-tied by the phantom assailants during the alleged bogus assault. It's funny because a lot of people on the right are pointing out all she had to do was go to an anti-ICE rally wearing a MAGA hat, and it would have actually happened to her, so why stage it? But I guess the only thing that we can give her credit for is she didn't claim they screamed, "This is Pelosi country" or something.
Isn't it's so startling to see people get to this level of like hysteria, and also because it's an attention-seeking thing for
People
sure.
are psychotic.
It's to create some kind of huge drama that the entire world will have their eye on. It's like, I want all this attention, and I'm willing to hurt myself in a really dramatic way to get it, and maybe cause some kind of political strife. And it's kind of gross, and it's weird to see it get to this level. Starting with the Jussie Smollett and stuff. People just keep doing things like this to try to influence politics and also bring attention to themselves and better their career. That's a big one.
The difference, because I keep thinking about the Arab Spring. I asked this before we went live too, and I'll ask again. That the guy who lit himself on fire, I think it was at Tahrir. I don't know if it was Tahrir Square. Do you know exactly where he was when he lit it?
That's Mohammed Bouazizi, I believe, was Tunisia.
And I wonder, Tunisia, and if it's like mental illness or they have no hope. Like that guy obviously couldn't afford food, so he had given up. But like, or is it both? And this woman, like you said, maybe will improve her career. She didn't kill herself like that guy did. But is it mental illness? Is it desperation that why someone would do something like this? Like they have no hope for the future and they feel like we need some radical change.
No, I think this is the social media era where people are desperate and they'll do anything for attention. We saw this with YouTube in the early days where people would do shock content where they'd harass people, threaten them. You've got these TikTok ding-dong ditch pranks, which is they're not. There was this one prank they were doing where it's break into people's homes. Some people in London were going up to houses and walking in the front door and doing whatever they wanted because it generated shock content for them.
I used to see videos of people squirting ketchup on their head. I feel like that's the slippery slope to things like this.
Or licking the ice cream. That was one where they would lick the ice cream, and then he goes so far as there was people like stealing people's cars or breaking into their homes and are pretending to rob them at ATMs. What? One guy got shot, I'm pretty sure, or stabbed.
Apparently, they say it was all a hoax. Sliced herself up like crazy. In charge of staging the violent attack. This is the rights hack, according to court documents. So we can't actually show the photos. I'll show you the picture of the woman without the,
making sure I understand
brutal
this
photos.
right.
But this is her Natalie Green, arrested in charge of staging the violent attack. This is the rights Jussie Smollett. It happened. And I have to blur it because she sliced herself up like crazy and wrote Trump whore on her stomach. But apparently they say it was all a hoax. A former New Jersey GOP aide allegedly paid a fetish artist to carve dozens of cuts into her skin and had a pale scrawl Trump whore on her stomach in order to claim she was the victim of a politically motivated violent attack, according to shocking new court documents. Apparently, she then had herself zip-tied up. She claimed she was zip-tied by the phantom assailants during the alleged bogus assault. It's funny because a lot of people on the right are pointing out all she had to do was go to an anti-ICE rally wearing a MAGA hat, and it would have actually happened to her, so why stage it? But I guess the only thing that we can give her credit for is she didn't claim they screamed, "This is Pelosi country" or something.
Isn't it? It's so startling to see people get to this level of like hysteria, and also because it's an attention-seeking thing for sure. It's to create some kind of huge drama that the entire world will have their eye on. It's like I want all this attention, and I'm willing to hurt myself in a really dramatic way to get it and maybe cause some kind of political strife. And it's kind of gross and it's weird to see it get to this level, starting with the Jussie Smollett and stuff. People just keep doing things like this to try to influence politics and also bring attention to themselves and better their career. That's a big one.
The difference, because I keep thinking about the Arab Spring. I asked this before we went live too, and I'll ask again. That the guy who lit himself on fire, I think it was at Tahrir. I don't know if it was Tahrir Square. Where do you know exactly where he was when he lit it?
That's Mohammed Bouazizi, I believe, was Tunisia.
And I wonder Tunisia, and if it's like mental illness or they have no hope. Like
That's
that guy obviously
illness.
couldn't afford food, so he had given up. But or is it both? And this woman, like you said, it's maybe will improve her career. She didn't kill herself like that guy did. But is it mental illness? Is it desperation that why someone would do something like this? Like they have no hope for the future and they feel like we need some radical change.
No, I think this is the social media era where people are desperate and they'll do anything for attention. We saw this with YouTube in the early days where people would do shock content where they'd harass people, threaten them. You've got these TikTok ding-dong ditch pranks, which is they're not. There was this one prank they were doing where it's break into people's homes. Some people in London were going up to houses and walking in the front door and doing whatever they wanted because it generated shock content for them.
I used to see videos of people squirting ketchup on their head. I feel like that's the slippery slope to things like this.
Or licking the ice cream. That was one where they would lick the ice cream. And then he goes so far as there was people like stealing people's cars or breaking into their homes and are pretending to rob them at ATMs. One guy got shot, I'm pretty sure, stabbed as a result of that. And apps should have
I have a lot of depth on my plate.
I
don't know that I want any more to eat, but
if anything like that comes about, you're perma-banned, IP banned forever.
Really?
Again,
maybe a little bit of ice cream.
What Cody was saying earlier, draw back and say, well, why are people desperate for such a meeting? And it's, in my mind, alienation from God.
100%.
And this is what Charlie was telling us. Like, if you have God-centered life, you're not going to do this. You're loved by God. And it's painful to see this kind of, and I said, there's spiritual warfare going on out there. Some people are very susceptible to it.
Look, I pray to put on the armor of God every day, Ephesians 6. But if you're not centered there, it's very easy. And this AI, maybe people talk about it being the Antichrist, but certainly the internet it brings us down to this base.
I'm talking to myself.
And I'm using base in a different term than based, but our base instincts really as animals in a way, and this constant one-upsmanship, the shock value. It's I don't know how we get around it other than turning focus towards God. And I'm God, country, family. That is why I'm standing up. But the more we take it out of the government sphere, the further people get alienated. And
Only way you could have actual solid foundation in this world.
Before the internet, really, internet
everything
video,
else
it was for me. It was
sand.
theater.
Literally
It was
walked
something
off from
greater
underneath
than
you.
myself, and I was agnostic, wholeheartedly agnostic at the time, and whether it's and there was a godliness too, producing something with a group of people that was greater than ourselves, and the sacrifice of 70 hours of rehearsal and then letting other people be the star and making sure that someone else is adulated over you. That's your role right now. And that when the internet came around, it was like all my theater friends, they basically started getting very hyper. A lot of them were hyper political because that's their creative outlet now. It was like, I can make a video. I still get the claps. I still get but you're not with a group of people creating a greater message. That needs to be revitalized somehow. And man, the damn internet it doesn't keep us separated, but the nature of the internet is I can talk to you across the pond and we can have a great conversation and satisfy a lot of these human urges without still completing that, like what's called pragma in Greek love. It's a type of love. It's pragmatic love that you develop with people through overcoming obstacles together.
Absolutely. It's the esprit de corps. It's the essence of our society, why we group together and overcome, man versus nature. But the family unit is the number one. That's why we go back to the family as the centerpiece of American life. You are a family, ultimately protecting yourself, pushing everyone better for it, sacrificing for your kids, and then you get to be part of a community of families doing the same. And then we get to a state, then we get to a country. And that's what we have to remember is like when we start breaking down these borders, the country goes down, the states go down. Ultimately, the attack is on the family, and we end up, people just completely adrift.
Dude, the internet shocked the liberal system so hard. The way that your little kid can be getting warped, their brain is warped on the internet, sitting next to you at the table, and you don't even know it if they have a device. I don't know, like if this is the step of human evolution, where now we're becoming Homo technus, and some of us, and then the rest of us are going to be like, no, we don't want it, and then we're just going to subserve to this human Borg mind construct thing, or if somehow AI will be like, it's unhealthy for humans to be separated from each other. We need to reinvigorate the family and the community.
Yeah. I think we have to commit to ourselves personally. Only you can make this difference. And I'm in I feel good to see books on the table. Really, you have to turn off the phones at some point and kind of go back to analog living. Obviously, you can't do that all day, but you need to commit to either reading the Bible in hard copy or spending time reading to your kids or something you're doing that's just completely phones away.
Come on,
that you can put it away and. Because it just
it's going
constant.
pretty well.
We don't know. The
I
mind
want to
is
finish
such
by
an
like
incredible
February, or I've read the whole Bible.
organ. We have no concept of really
Got
how
a little bit of time
the
to
radiation.
Got probably hit a little bit hard.
The kids' brains are still, forming. Our brains are still forming, and they can still be changed. But like the kids,
And this will be the first time I've ever read it
the
like
real
cover to
threat.
cover, which is great.
Kind of the progressive era went after the kids.
They needed
and
a
they were in
treatment bar for
kind of
that.
embryonic
How many
stage of
people have actually read?
In the early 80s, I was
What
obsessed
percentage
with video
was the
games as like a
Bible?
4-year-old. Our cat died, and I came in and I started playing Atari, and
Yeah,
I was
so
like,
I'm sure
I'm not
it's a
sad
lot
anymore.
smaller
If I'm
than
ever
it should
sad,
be.
I can turn on a computer and I won't be sad. Like, what a horrible thing for a child, but it was true. And I just learned to become obsessed with the computer, like love the computer. Love is such a weird word, but obsessive love, mania. That's a kind of love, is manic love for this machine. And that was in just video game off the internet, no internet yet. It was just the TV, the the video game, the constant learning and problem solving, and I'm not punished if I fail necessarily. It doesn't hurt to fail anyway.
Problem solving was the best
Well, now
thing. Is the best thing. about
child,
video.
and I guess it's happening all over. The one who is killed through AI, essentially, developing a relationship with a chatbot. Look, addiction is real. It's not just substances. It's obviously our brains are wired in a way that we want to suppress bad thoughts and kind of concentrate on positive ones, and they know that, and they build it in a way to make it as addictive as possible.
I've had this thought process for a long time where the internet, although it's a useful tool, it can be inherently negative almost all the time. Sometimes I'll do my podcast Monday, Wednesday, or Saturday, and I'll be doing it, and the content I'm covering will be almost overtly negative, and I'll notice that after a couple of streams, and it starts to wear on me mentally, and I tend to think I'm pretty good. I'm pretty stoic mentally, but it'll start to wear on me. And at the end of the year in December, I always go to Seaverville, Tennessee, in the mountains next to Gatlinburg, and I don't use my phone. I unplug everything, and I go out and I'm hiking in the woods. I'll go to the moonshine tasting thing, and it completely resets me. It's a very interesting thing, and then I come back and I'm back on the internet. I'm more inspired. I'm ready to go, and it kind of carries me for a little while.
How you say you spend 1 week without the device? Is it roughly 1 week?
Yeah.
How long after that are you refreshed? How many weeks?
Oh, the burnout comes fast, but it's a few months.
I was talking with my wife. I had this idea. I think it's a really great idea. I was saying, with these pre-records we're doing on Friday, we're done around 4 p.m. What we should do is we should schedule a dinner, and then everyone has to put their devices away and spend family time together. And then from sundown on Friday until sundown on Saturday, you're not allowed to do any kind of work, touch any kind of buttons.
Bro, you're never beating the allegations. You're never beating the allegations. Never beating the allegations.
And then I said, we'll call it Shabbat.
Good idea.
It actually is a really great idea. I don't know about the Friday at sundown scheduling stuff, but the idea that you set aside time for your family and community for, once a week, I think is extremely important, as a church is supposed to be. So whatever it is you do, it actually is a great idea to have a dinner once a week with your community. This is why we're being fragmented and broken apart and at each other's throats.
Yep.
Why people are going insane is because we don't connect with each other anymore. Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Subscribe to this channel, and we will see you all there.
Waiting on my ice cream. How's it changing?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. There's always the left pointing the finger at the right, claiming, you're far right, you're far, so far right. You're so far right that we need a new name for you. You're now alt-right, you're ultra-right. There's this claim that the right wing is moving further and further towards Adolf Hitlerianism, speeds like you've never seen before. But on all the issues, I'd say probably the opposite is true. The right has ceded ground on so many issues. The left is coming off multi-decade liberalism wins. The current Republican president was a Democrat at one point earlier in his life, as we understand it, but we're supposedly far, far right. Meanwhile, the Democrat Party, which used to be the centrist, liberal, corporate Democrat Party that represents the working class, a mostly capitalist party that today is on a full-speed collision for communism, has moved left on nearly every single issue. They've gone alt-left. The party used to believe in mostly capitalism with very controlled, very specific, measured programs for those who need it. But now it's just spending bonanza, just keep throwing more and more dollars, keep increasing taxes across the country, whether it's federal or state, and just keep subsidizing this massive federal and state-level interconnected government behemoth. Never pull back. If you pull back or question any of the spending, well, you're essentially called
I'm trying to see if it helps keep me, like, you know, from getting so dizzy while watching stuff.
For a
It
constitutional
might help a
crisis
little
now,
bit,
aren't
but I
you?
already feel
Yeah,
my
they're the
eyes like
ones who have moved
starting to
considerably
shake in a
left
way.
and blindly left, and that's why common sense is ruling the day. That's why President Trump is the president, because the massive bloat has got to be tackled, and it starts with freaking EBT, or really it started with Doge and some other interesting endeavors, but now it moves on to Snap EBT, which it seems is about to get gutted. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so we've got a new bill hitting the floor, which is now
Speaking of which, we have to get on that website and do our SNAP stuff, our healthcare stuff, everything. It's due to renew it. So, well, yeah, and we should apply for heating assistance and all that too, which needs to be done. What? You don't like them? They're funny. I'm getting made fun of.
attempting to ban
Yum.
SNAP dollars from being spent on fast food restaurants. Senator Joni Ernst is sounding the alarm that over $500 million has been spent on fast food across multiple states. That's over $500 million.
I know you are introducing the Excuse Me Act to reform SNAP. I know a big part of that is looking at the cost of SNAP to U.S. taxpayers and the fraud that we do see involved. We have some of the numbers we can put up on the screen for our viewers. What are your efforts here and your goals to reform the SNAP program in this country?
Yes, there's a number of efforts that I am going through right now, but at present, the Excuse Me Act, what we have found is that within the SNAP program, there is a way for certain states to apply for programs that allow those SNAP dollars to go to fast food restaurants. There are currently 9 states that allow that. And what we have found is in just the last 2 years, taxpayer dollars going into SNAP, those SNAP dollars of the amount of $524 million was spent on fast food. We know that we have health issues across the board here in the United States of America. Those SNAP dollars, and I'll remind everybody that the N in SNAP stands for nutrition, should not be going to fast food.
Well, the reality is it's run amok, and it doesn't get better from here. No, it gets worse. If you don't fix what is ailing the system, it's just going to be more and more bloat,
they do
more and more abuse,
assistance,
more and more
cash assistance
entitlement.
with
You know, this
SNAP.
really isn't complicated. You've got all these products at the grocery store, and there's 2 different types. There's whole foods, and then there's value-added items, and then, of course, there's fast food. Well, when you're buying pre-cooked or pre-packaged, branded, processed
You want my
food, you're paying
flashlight?
for all kinds of marketing and packaging
what?
and convenience. Why the hell should taxpayers be footing that bill? You're not buying cost-effective, nutritious food. You're buying processed crap. You're buying convenience. You're incentivizing convenience instead of learning the skill of cooking and becoming more of a cultured, normal human being. No, you're overspending on a bunch of junk food. I guess so massive corporations could have massive indirect subsidies from taxpayer dollars. The whole thing is inexcusably bad. And we've all seen the viral videos of people collecting all kinds of SNAP benefits in the household, opening up the pantry, and all you see are chips and sodas and frozen trash food, fast food combo meals. You know, the meme always goes, no EBT because of the government shutdown. Oh no, I'm gonna starve. Meanwhile, the person's like 500 pounds and can probably water fast for 6 freaking months.
That's
I mean,
like frozen.
come on. The entire program needs to be overhauled, and that's what they're doing by now forcing people to have to reapply. They found hundreds of thousands of cases of potential fraud. And so, yes, of course, you have to start back from ground zero, at least in terms of cleaning up the subscription rolls, let's call it, probably saving billions by doing so and getting able-bodied scammers off the government tab. You got all kinds of illegals working for cash, declaring no income, and then applying for government benefits, making a decent wage in cash, not paying any taxes. Then on top of it, getting all kinds of tax subsidies. You've got lazy people doing the same thing, disabilities abused. You got people running the same racket that illegals are doing as well, working for cash and then collecting subsidies. You got people committing crimes, stealing retail goods, doing other sort of scams and low-level criminal acts to gain an income, and then taking food stamps on top of it and everything else from the government as they declare they have no income, but they certainly do have criminal proceeds. And so the rolls need to be cleaned. And then, of course, the whole frickin' system, I think, needs to be rethought. Funneling tax dollars into huge profits for freaking PepsiCo and Nestle and whatever other massive big food conglomerate that owns freaking everything. If you're on government food aid programs, the whole program should be lean and focus solely on whole foods. In fact, I think the government should probably be subsidizing American farmers to produce more potatoes and more meats and more veggies and flours and eggs, beans,
definitely more
rice,
needs to be going to
good
farmers.
oils and not the overly
More
processed,
assistance, more
borderline freaking
benefits for
chemical
them.
motor oil,
More
no
tax
good
cuts
olive
for 'em.
oils and avocado oils. Make a bunch of good food, and if you need food assistance, well, there's cheap products available there. You qualify to buy basic food
trying to make it
products and then
rain.
go home and cook. I think that makes so much more sense. It's so much more respectful to the taxpayer, and frankly, it makes more sense culturally to incentivize people cooking food, making good food together with their families, having pride in the food that they cook. And of course, if you take away the incentive of buying all kinds of junk, overly priced food, that on its own will reduce fraud because you got
Last
so many
one.
freaking fraudsters who apply for these programs, collect as many as they can, and then just sell them off to the highest bidder. You got people scamming for food stamps and then selling them off. Well, all that fraud will eliminate itself because a sack of potatoes and 2 chickens, I guess, isn't as nearly of enticing of an offer. It's natural insecticide for low-level, trashy criminals. I don't know. For me, it's like a dignity thing. It's a cultural thing. I think government frickin' cheese was a better alternative to whatever this free-for-all nonsense is today. These massive corporate subsidies to a couple food giants that are literally poisoning the public. You're living on government subsidies? Here's government cheese. And here's some bread. Make a grilled cheese. What do you mean you want a double Big Mac? If you want a frickin' double
No.
Big Mac, get a job and buy as many as your heart desires. Basic common sense, common
McDonald's is too sick
decency,
of me.
basic standards. Enough treating the public like entitled little children. That's how you move a nation forward, at least in my view.
I'll take
There's just
her.
a lack
I'll take
of
the
decency,
babies.
a lack of standards these days. And look how many miscreants of society have been created. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
The whole area.
We've all seen our fair share of Oscar-winning performances, but
You okay? See your favorite microphone? Oh no. What are we gonna watch? Space laser. New idea. Technology has. Okay, Murdoch, what do you got?
Engage.
This was pretty cool. I didn't see this a couple months ago.
Successfully intercepted.
Target successfully intercepted.
No. I got the baby. I can't smoke. No smoker juice around the baby. Maybe after.
Iron Beam. High power laser weapon system.
I don't want to cover the whole
Israel
area.
has a brand new laser defense system. This is on top of their already existing Iron Dome missile
No.
interceptor, which has saved my life many times as I'm sitting in this chair here in Israel, in addition to the incredible soldiers and army that we have. And before we get into the video to take a look at this new technology, I think it's super important to understand that even though Israel is constantly at war and its neighbors are constantly trying to annihilate it, the country, the army, and the people continue to push forward and innovate. They continue to find ways to protect and serve not just the 7 million Jews inside of the borders of this little country, the other 2 million Arabs and the Palestinians here and people in the West Bank. Those sirens are a result of the country.
Yeah,
putting
because
in
the rockets that
safety
they send
precautions
over
and measures
from
for its
Iran and from Gaza and
While
from
Israel could have easily taken and have always historically taken
Syria and all the borders are not accurate. They'll fall wherever.
Said, let's innovate on defense and
They can
safety
overshoot,
and
they can
good
undershoot
protocol
very
for it.
easily.
So let's take a look at what this looks like.
Yeah, yeah, this. I don't know what it's doing.
I can say he wanted to get out. Out.
Yeah?
Hey, no hiccups. No hiccups.
Laser system ready. 3,
Ooh.
2, 1. Launched.
Please eat me. Not our guns. Hey,
Engage.
not our guns.
Interception in progress.
Yuck at that, I think.
Successfully intercepted.
Target successfully intercepted.
You torn on me.
Target launched.
Target launched.
Yeah, apparently it's really good at taking down drones. It's a really cheap and effective way of taking down drones instead of spending up
Target engaged.
$100,000 missiles, interception rockets. You can just use the lasers to burn them out of the sky. Yep.
Successfully intercepted.
Target successfully intercepted.
Mortars. Good at taking mortar shells out. Hey. Yeah.
Iron Beam. High power laser weapon system.
Okay. Look at me, babies.
Look, if that doesn't give you chills and goosebumps, I don't know what will. I mean, to be honest with all of you, for me,
I haven't grown out the beard for long enough for her to like have a reaction to it.
No,
I have to wait till she's like 3 and just have it grow, and then one day just shave it off. But I can't last that long with the beard.
Period. You know, they don't have to develop this technology. Imagine if Israel's enemies and Hamas and Hezbollah decided to allow the people into the tunnel systems that they have dug.
Oh, it's the
Allow them to
Mandalorian.
escape when Israel has to respond to something they initiate.
But China.
Imagine if Jordan opened up its doors for the people in Lebanon or the people in Syria.
Big brother.
Imagine, and by the way,
And
the
I also-
Alawite Christian community in
They
Syria,
are
or the
also
Jewish
making that
Christian community in Syria.
Yeah, that Boba Fett one was
Excuse me,
pretty
Jewish
cool.
community in Syria getting slaughtered. Or just imagine if Egypt
And
opened
you
up its
showed
border
shoots
for
right
the
off the
Palestinians
back
out of the
end
West Bank. I know that
and
the
off what
Palestinians
the
out of
race.
Gaza, excuse me. I am, by the way,
Cool.
Thursday
I
evening
think
here,
that one's
after a
cooler
really
than
long week.
my Darth Vader robot.
Not
Yeah.
sleeping as much this week just because we have
What?
so many different
The Darth
calls with
Vader
people all
robot
across the
is-
world, which is an amazing thing. And we've gotten people in Australia and etc. So I am
Yeah.
running on a reserve tank now of energy, but that does not stop me from making this content. for all
Yeah,
of
I
you.
don't know. Those help. They're giving me a
and
headache.
So just so you know, like we look at this here, and also there's a little short description here. It says, with a 100 kilowatt laser and a 10-kilometer range, it's already fried 40 Hezbollah drones in live combat. That's insane, people.
Careful.
10-kilometer range is a big deal. In Israel, that's a very, very big deal. I live
Remember, no
70
eyes and no
kilometers from the
looking
Gaza
at it.
Strip. You can imagine as this technology
No
continues
looking at
to
it. Hey, Eli's pulp.
expand and grow, we're gonna
Don't make
we're gonna
me
be
take it.
seeing, We're gonna be seeing this. I would say at one point, I hope
Mhm.
really just cover the whole country. Like you can imagine what it would be like in a situation that Israel had missile threats coming from both its southern, northern, and southeastern, and northeastern and eastern fronts. Western front is a little difficult for missiles to be coming from all the way from the Mediterranean, places in the Mediterranean Ocean. But like we obviously we did see Yemen, which is on the southeastern side, managed to actually penetrate
comfy enough.
Israel earlier this year.
You comfy enough, old girl.
It's a rarity for that to happen, and it also comes to show. And I'll be the first one to say it. Like there is no such thing as a perfect technology, and so you'll see that when people like me are trying to highlight these incredible like army innovations, people in the comment section will be like, "Yeah, but don't you guys have the worst army ever? You let October 7th happen." It's like you're saying it from an emotional state without, first of all, any real clarity as to why the 7th happened, how it happened, what mechanisms allowed it to happen. Like you haven't strung the whole story together. But two, also like there is no such thing as a 100% success rate in combat or warfare where you have any percent error on anything. That's just not how life works. You can try and use things like precaution and mitigation to try and decrease the things not going well or not going the way that you drew it up in the mission control room, but that doesn't mean that's how things play out in the world are gonna happen
One more
that way.
game. Do we
But
do
what
the
you can
video
say
picture?
objectively is that Israel's just continuing to innovate, and so I'm excited
23rd,
for this
right?
technology. Thank you so much for all of your support. Links below in the description if you would like to help support me and my
Of
work.
course,
Here's a
yeah.
note from me.
Wow.
There are 4 ways you can help us grow.
At some point, if we wanted
Buy me
to, but
coffee and PayPal. You
probably
can
tomorrow
directly
would be the
contribute
easiest,
to
wouldn't it?
helping this
I
message
mean, you guys
grow
are going to
and
go
reach
to
more
church,
people
but
across the world. If you want to join the inner circle, join our Patreon with different tiers, and of course, our Discord community, which is free with people from all across the world. The links to every single one are in the description. And last but not least, to the other broad community, I love you. Ani ohev atkhem. I'll see you guys next time.
I know. It's like you don't want her to go. You got stuff to do.
Season now. It's been getting more into the playoff season, I think. Legs. Oh, this is cute.
Anime girl Asmongold. What is this? Oh my fucking god. Jesus. The McDonald's ad? Wow. Jesus. The vibe check? Too much hair? Shut up, it's anime. It's what it's supposed to be, okay, guys? Yeah, come on. Anime girl Asmongold. What is this?
Cute. David Wood drama. I knew it was.
President Trump is again calling Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor. This comes as the president renews a push to end the war in Ukraine. CBS's Willie James Inman is following the latest from the White House tonight.
A day after Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene announced her plans to resign, President Trump took aim at the Georgia Congresswoman.
I just disagreed with her philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
She started backing perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, just stupid person named Massey, and I said, go your own way.
The president once again called Greene a traitor in a Saturday morning social media post. Greene says she will step down in January.
I have too much self-respect
Yep.
and dignity.
Yep.
I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary.
Well, now you're
against
screwing
me
them
by
even
the
more.
president that we all fought for.
Greene had been a devoted Trump follower, but parted ways with the president in recent months as she pushed for the Justice Department to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. The Georgia Republican says she has faced threats after the president's sharp criticism last week. In a social media post on Saturday morning, Greene told her followers, "There are no leaders that will save this
Get out of the
country,
kitchen.
but you, the American people, can." Also on Saturday, President Trump said the U.S. proposed peace deal to end the Russia-Ukraine war is not a final offer.
I would like to get the peace. It should have happened a long
Why can't
time
you
ago.
put it back up on the table?
The Ukraine
You
war
got
with
it off.
Russia
You should be able to
should
put it
have
back
never
up.
happened.
Why you always
If
hand
I'm
it to me?
president, it never would have happened. We're trying to get it ended. One way or the other, we have to get it ended.
The 28-point plan would require Ukraine to give up its eastern Donbas region and Crimea and forego NATO membership. U.S., Ukrainian, and European officials will meet in Switzerland to discuss the proposal. Willie James Inman, CBS News, Washington.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm starting to feel that one. Now, from watching your show, I understand it helps if you touch your eyes?
No. No. See what they fell for. None. My phone actually comes up here. Oh.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, at first with this story, I thought it was just another overblown freak out, another fake outrage campaign coming from the left, targeting a random Trump post. Trump said seditious behavior punishable by death on Truth Social. And the suggestion was that it was out of context. And talk about putting yourself in the line of fire, Dems coming in, assuming to be the accused. And in comes the mass public freak out. Oh my god, Donald Trump wants to kill us.
Like they just brought themselves to the podium to admit that they are being seditious.
Another display of pathetic.
They haven't done anything wrong, then they shouldn't be worried about it.
The post was out of context. Just a simple post or a simple suggestion of legally defined sedition. Kind of dumb, kind of a nothing burger. But then once you start connecting the dots of what actually happened here, what led to the post, well, I mean, it's actually so much worse for these loser Democrats. Exposes the whole damn grift. Yeah, basically it's even dumber.
That's a
Let's go
UV
ahead
light.
and take a look at the whole story here. We got some stuff to get into,
like a
so
pumpkin.
let's roll the tape.
Like
All right, so it's important we
a
get the
lantern,
full
jack-o'-lantern.
context here. What led to the post? Well, it all started with this coordinated stunt from the Democrats. In Democrat politicians, those who are veterans and have served the country, and they take, of course, that veteran title, and then just totally blindly
we've had the
push
tree
some
up for a month
bogus
now.
partisan ad campaign.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly. Representative Chris DeLuzio.
And we're telling the military force to not obey Trump because everything he does is illegal, in our opinion.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
Oh, you aren't anymore.
Directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk. This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals.
against American citizens. Like us,
I need to use some
you all
toothpaste
swore an
or
oath.
something like glass. Well, they clean it.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse
Unlawful
illegal
orders.
You must
There's no such
refuse
thing as illegal orders.
No
It's
one has to
unlawful
carry out
orders.
that
They're not even
violate
saying it
law
right.
Or our Constitution.
You got this little Democrat public service announcement with all these lawmakers, all with military or intelligence background, looking straight into the camera and telling active duty service members that they should refuse illegal orders. Ooh, the president and his fascist ways, we must resist him. And so, yeah, it's a whole lot more
Orange
ridiculous
man
when you
bad.
understand the true context here. And it's even more ridiculous if you have the ability to think, because when you look at the larger picture, look how laughably low the Democrat standard is, the bar is, for illegal or war crimes, authoritarian, fascist dictator, whatever Trump is every single week. It's a new freaking title. He's the king of criminals. He's Al Capone. Every other week, he's guilty of some odd crime that never actually materializes into anything other than a false accusation, smear, slander. And so I guess we're supposed to go on that basis, right? Every time Rachel Maddow's on MSNBC declaring to her gullible sheep audience that the commander-in-chief has yet again committed an illegal sin against humanity.
Yep.
I guess it's time
Everything he
for all
does is
military
illegal to him,
personnel
so it's like,
vote for
yes,
Democrats to
you're
now
literally
start
saying
sabotaging the
you're being
president and
seditious.
defying his military orders as commander-in-chief, commander of the U.S. military, and executive of the nation.
Already
Yeah,
trying
that
to take
makes
that power away.
absolutely no sense now, does it? And I question, where was this grand moral stand when every other president before Donald Trump engaged in illegal acts or war crimes? You know, when Barack Obama was running half-witted freaking drone programs, blowing up civilian casualties across the Middle East, where was the military uprising against the commander-in-chief then? Oh, I see. It's only for Donald Trump, right? Funny how this refuse illegal orders talking point only shows up when Trump is in office. And I think a key point here is that there's already processes in place for handling illegal orders. There's a chain of command, there's review processes. There's already a very complex legal framework around all of it. Not to mention, on the flip side, there's this kind of understanding that the president has to deal with the most difficult situations. You're the head of state of the global superpower on the world stage. You're dealing with some of the most difficult situations. And you know, presidents don't always make the right decision. Sometimes they do the wrong thing. Unless really egregious, the public tends to look the other way. But of course, with President Trump, it's a completely different standard. Democrats are telling troops to treat the commander-in-chief as presumptively illegitimate and to second-guess every decision now coming down the chain of command. That is insane. To push this kind of hysteria to sabotage the military chain of command. And really just think about the implications.
That's right.
Matt Taibbi mentions a pretty interesting point.
It's such blatant, bad, overwrought propaganda, and the whole idea of you can refuse to obey illegal orders. Well, that's always been true, and we've had a gazillion illegalities in government that the Democrats didn't say a word about for decades, so why now? Also, just this general notion of encouraging an uprising, essentially. There are so many things about modern politics that just make you shake your head and say, we're just in this new territory. I don't even know how to think about it. That's beyond insubordinate or unhelpful. It reminds me, again, of the beginning of Russiagate, right? When there were all these leaks about encouraging people not to share intelligence with the United States. Yes, that made Trump look bad, but it also made the United States look weak and vulnerable, and sent a signal that the country was in schism and you know, maybe the government was not stable. Is that what they're trying to project?
This is what's so frustrating with how the Democrats do politics in the modern day. It's get Donald Trump seemingly at any and all cost. And they're willing to push something like this, so terribly hyperbolic. These grand claims of him somehow trying to take over government, there's a fascistic coup of sorts happening in America, and there's now calls for the military to form a sort of resistance against the president. That doesn't just make Trump look bad, that makes the United States look bad. It makes the country look divided, unstable. It plays into the hand of these authoritarian regimes and their state propaganda about America and trying to undermine her on the global stage. The Democrats once again are inflicting serious damage, all in the aim to sully Donald Trump. And they've been doing it forever. All these conspiracies and these lies and these attempts to dismiss and delegitimize him on the global stage, to suggest that the world is laughing at him, laundering in all these stories that are pushed without context to the world, which led to situations like we saw at the UN when the president came to warn them about their reliance on Russian energy and about the risks of mass immigration as well. And the German delegation literally laughed in his face, but 8 years later, he was totally freaking right and has been vindicated. You know, they've been playing with fire and hurting America's image on the world stage for a very long time now, inflicting political damage on their opponent in the most deceptive and dishonest of manner, and causing all kinds of damage in the process. And that's what they're doing here. And of course, there's also the other element that it could very well be perceived as a seditious conspiracy. I'll tell you what Democrats are engaged in here, I think is a whole lot closer to a seditious conspiracy than anything on January 6th or
you were young. You were 3, about the same age as Eli.
Or anything akin to a supposed insurrection. And so that's the context behind the Donald Trump post, saying that sedition is punishable by death. And yes, this is true under civilian law. You've got seditious conspiracy, which can land you 20 years in prison, but under military law, sedition in a wartime context can technically carry the death penalty. So Trump, in his obviously over-the-top way, is referencing a real legal concept here. And now here's where the story gets even more dumb and dishonest, as following this post, this legally factual reminder, the Democrats now insert themselves and go full friggin' victim mode. They go from calling for sedition against the president because he's a fascist, to then being called out by the president, to then immediately flipping it on him and suggesting now he's the fascist for suggesting that military sedition in the country could lead to the death penalty, as the Democrats are trying to incite a military insurrection of sorts.
Eli, what did I tell you?
I mean, give me a freaking break. Here we go again with the fake cries of tyranny, the clutching of pearls, poke the bear, cross the norms, get a response from the president, and then play victim. Oh, Donald Trump wants to kill us. It's just so freaking stupid. Another manufactured crisis. So tiresome, so manipulative. Every week, democracy is over. Our shutdown didn't work. Our No Kings rally didn't work. Our SNAP benefits ransom didn't pay off. Quick, let's call for a military uprising and then play victim when Donald Trump responds with a simple rhetorical jab. It's the
True.
theater kid party. Bunch of frickin' Harry Sissons dancing and prancing on a frickin' stage. Ooh,
I
the
can't stand Harry
tales of
Sisson.
Donald Trump's
Such a
and his
joke.
fascism. I'm sure it's selling massive tickets in New York City. But for those of us who haven't been infected by the woke mind virus, holy crap, is this an overrated show. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, Sisson's some on a whole different level of pearl clutching, man. I don't.
This beautiful.
He is. He is wild. See anything going on X? Did we invade Venezuela yet? Nothing. They did a good job. Is it ever okay to arrest Democrats? Yes, always. Bum, 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 bum. These messages are not threats as they don't communicate intent to cause harm. Hoping is not the same thing as intention. True, but yeah, I agree with most of those. Probably shouldn't have community notes in the first place on this one. Oh, Gray. What are you doing, happy girl? Where? I don't know. What is it? Tips? Where'd they get that from? I thought it was supposed to be all put away. When did he have it? When did he have it?
I don't know. I didn't even know that this happened. He had it earlier today.
He must have had some hidden somewhere. Jason, you sanctimonious posturing. What? That could be it too. Transparent as whore's negligee. You orchestrated this maelstrom of vitriol while your puerile, seditious video, a veritable clarion call to insubordination that has predictably unleashed a torrent of execration upon your hapless head. Your disingenuous plea for sympathy is as convincing as a $3 bill, and your attempt to cloak yourself in the mantle of victimhood is as effective as a sieve in a deluge. You, sir, are Mendius Pulsianus MFer, a quisling of the first order who has willfully incited a maelstrom of malevolence with your reckless rhetoric. Holy cow. These words. Look at all these words. Your video, a fargo of fatuous polderal, has served as a catalyst for the very vituperation you now decry, and your crocodile tears are as genuine as a politician's promise. So, Jason, cease your caterwauling and cease your cant. You have reaped the whirlwind you have sown, and your plaintive wails are empty. Your seditious antics have earned you the opprobrium. What?
Everything I've heard is so pretentious. I don't know what you're reading about, but like
No, this is one post right now. You now face and you attempt to shift blame is as successful as a lead balloon in a hurricane. In short, Jason, shut the F up. The audacious machinist had merited this maelstrom, and your pathetic pleas for pity are as persuasive as a politician's promise. She said that twice. Comes on repeat. Gray, you're falling short here. You are a pariah, a parvenu, a perfidy, and your pathetic posturing is as effective as a screen door on a submarine. So cease your sniveling and accept the consequences of your own sanctimonious sanctimonious conduct. I didn't understand like half the words. Yeah, somebody goes reading your post is like learning a whole new language. Yeah, she was using some Shakespearean insults. She's an actual writer. This person. That's not her picture. Femme fatale, artist, a writer, dark maga, sarcastic. Yeah. But I follow her because she always like really like beats these guys down just with words and has some actual facts entwined in them. Military 15 times. Now Jason Crow is telling military to break chain of command. Yeah. Wine, baby, wine. She's white. She's a convert. She's not a true Muslim. Mm-hmm.
Speak tonight, but I actually someone came up and asked me to, so this is very last minute.
This is Abdullah Ali, Associate Professor of Islamic Law in the Pro. What a joke. Muslims think they own everything. Yeah, I call the prayer ain't happening around here. 5 times a day. Well, I think I'm friends with Jane Doc on her, or follow Jane Doc. I think of his name. Where is he? Cool. That's what they do on the internet. Act all innocent and then, take a machete to your neck if you aren't looking. Why isn't this back? Dun, dun, dun.
Everyone says he's hilarious. Let's check him out.
He is
Dave
hilarious. He's been sued.
504 apparently is being sued. 13.5
Oh,
million
what?
subscribers now. I heard that the guy's really funny. He's like a music guy, right? Because that's what I thought. But someone told me that this video is hilarious, and I really need a little laugh.
This video is pretty much a documentary of how low the human IQ can drop when challenged. Apparently, a solid portion of the internet is now threatening to sue me.
Let me see. I love the accent, by the way. I love the way he speaks. I sue you, just like that. I want to sue you. I'm suing you, Dave. You're the only one getting sued, bro. Okay, so out of all these four, he can pass the exam. The only mistake he made is that he should have put the Y capital, but then again, he finally wrote your correctly and didn't drop the E and drop the apostrophe. Appreciate that. Everyone else lost it. I is capital, you absolute idiots.
Because I made a video exposing one guy who literally stole my songs and uploaded them into an AI website to make his own songs. Now let me clarify, I'm not against AI, as in artificial intelligence. AI can be great, it can be useful. And
you're only saying that because you're afraid of Skynet.
AI can probably replace me in this video and nobody would notice. But when AI is used as a crime machine to steal
Are your hands
original
full or
music,
something?
then yeah, I'm gonna speak up. I thought this stance was common sense, but apparently it's controversial. What do you think?
Well, everything is controversial these days.
Am I tripping? I've received so many brain dead comments in that video that I had to physically restrain my last two brain cells from jumping out of my skull. So I'm gonna share with you some of them. And trust me, by the end of this video, your IQ is gonna skyrocket purely from how low these people set the bar.
Oh, that's funny. Man, yes, I don't know what it is, but this guy's combination between his humor, which is very sharp, and his voice, which is instead very disconnected. I don't know what it is, but it's a perfect match. Let's go.
So in the past video I was complaining that users stole the actual audio of my bass lines, and one comment said, your bass line? You do not own the bass line, you own the guitar, but not the sound the guitar makes. You lost all your credibility as an artist. Why? If your music is better than AI, stop fighting it. Okay. This one is incredible. This comment is actually a medical achievement, because somehow this man is alive with 0 brain cells.
Ooh, this guy's good. Man, the first time I watch him. This guy's good. Ooh. Medical achievement. A medical achievement. The guy. Oh, you own the guitar. You don't own the unbelievable.
He really said, I don't own the sound my guitar makes. Yeah, and by that logic, I also don't own my voice, right? Or my fingerprints. They're not mine. Everything I produce is apparently community property now. I can't wait for him to tell a painter, hey man, you just own the brush, but not the painting.
Exactly.
That goes straight to public domain, bro. And the ending? If your music is better than AI, stop fighting it. That's like saying, if you are
go to the bathroom. Baby too has been left alone for more. Yeah. Good. Right. Ah. Doing it. Let's get my pillow back. pillow. Do you want my cane? Comes the plummet. Quick, my king. Is that what you want? Don't eat it. Don't eat my cane. Eat my cane. I'm my king. Listen. You can keep talking on the way up.
Okay.
I guess. I'm my king right now. We're okay. Hopefully 10 minutes about.
Better than criminals, then stop calling the police. You should be the one risking getting sued, man. Because this comment is so bad, it should be illegal. But
Okay.
then this comment arrived. No one robbed you. You have no property over sound waves. Grow up. This
You have no properties of the sound waves. And then he says, grow up. That's the face.
This man really woke up, stretched, cracked his knuckles, and typed, "You don't own sound waves." Like he just discovered physics in a cereal box. So by his rules, nobody owns songs, nobody owns music.
Like copyright couldn't exist anymore at this point. You can write my videos, nothing. Like you make a painting, you don't own it because you don't own the atoms in the
you
in the
don't own the
paint.
colors.
Ooh, do they just hate creators? I think they hate success. Yes, and this guy's clearly very successful. But here's the thing: people will bitch and debate and complain about literally everything.
Anything.
People have completely forgotten how to say nothing. You don't have to always write a freaking wall of text about everything.
Yeah.
I love his voice.
Sometimes
Yeah.
Nobody owns songs, nobody owns music. Beethoven, fraud. Michael Jackson, he's a criminal. A smooth one. It's like telling Eminem, bro, you don't own your lyrics. They are just vibration in the air. No wonder this guy wants me to grow up. He is clearly been living rent-free inside his own delusion for years. And before I move on, there's one more incredible thing I need to address.
Man, I'm looking forward to the great, incredible thing. I'm loving this video so far. This is incredible. He is Italian.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
Trying to eat
I
your
love
foot?
this guy. This guy's fantastic.
You almost got it. Here, maybe if you let go of the cane.
Moly, but that level of stupidity.
Oh, you need both?
From Savona, I would have
The
never
king
guessed.
giving him the power?
From his English, I would have never guessed. But
The
man,
power of
this
the
is
king.
incredible.
After I announced this gold pig raffle, which will end in just 5 days, be fast, link in description. Some people started worrying that I might get sued for giving it away. Legal trouble for what? Being nice? Holding a raffle? Giving away something I actually own? Guys, it's just a raffle. It's not a black market organ deal. Don't worry. The platform I'm using to host the raffle follows every regulation. No one is kicking down my door, and no one is dragging me to court for giving away a shiny object. Anyway, another comment said, I'm also a musician and producer. If your YouTube video is uploaded and your soundtrack isn't registered under a label, it isn't yours. It belongs to the internet.
It belongs to the internet. I think it's country dependent, but isn't it one of those scenarios where once you produce your music and you upload it, I mean, it's alright when you produce, you already have the copyright for it.
Yeah,
at least.
babies.
I think it depends on the. I want to see what he's gonna say. Shiny object. Yeah, that looked actually pretty nice.
This guy said he's a producer. Yeah, he's indeed a producer of misinformation. Let me give him a free music industry lesson. The moment you create original music, you automatically own the copyright. It is yours. You don't need a label. You don't need a contract. You don't need an ancient wizard signing it in blood. Posting music online does not suddenly transfer it to the internet. I thought these YouTube comments were bad, but then I checked Reddit and
Why? Why would you do that, mate? Dave, come on. Dave, sit down. Dave, I need to talk to you, Dave. Have a seat. You don't go to whatever you do, guys. You don't go to Reddit. There are endless fields where humans are not born. They're cultivated.
Hey, don't eat it that way.
In order to turn them into this. Sorry, I don't have a battery. Anyways. Ooh, you know how many subreddits are dedicated to your favorite one and only Sicilian here? Goodness gracious, you went to Reddit. Which circle of Reddit? I know, circle of hell. What's your opinion on AI? As a language model is good. I use it for language and linguistic things, like to I do that. The way people use it, it's a tool. So there are people that use it well, and it can enhance your experience and be good. And then there are people that use it, I think, in a way that is immoral. And that I wouldn't support. In fact, AI is one of the points where me and Shad disagree on.
Yeah,
but
sure.
he's absolutely
a lot
right.
of people
Like,
disagree with AI. I think it can be abused, though.
And re-upload it. It's wrong. That's the thing. So it's just, to me, it's a tool. I'm not one of those who's automatically against AI in every scenario, in every situation. But people using AI to write entire books and then sell them as their own, that's wrong. People using AI to push history content on YouTube that we, people that actually put in the work and research, can never compete against, and it's completely wrong, but they can flood it because they can post 20 a day. That's wrong. People using AI to steal stuff, it's wrong. So I'm against those, but I'm not against AI in the sense that the moment someone uses the word AI, I go into freaking ballistic mode. I think some people are exaggerated like that.
Because we are about to enter negative IQ territory.
Hey,
this guy on Reddit said, oh yes, washed up, monotonous Davey. Davey could have easily reported the user for copyright infringement directly to the AI website, but nah, he just wants to make an announcement to fuel his online ego and gather some views. The only washed up thing here is your argument. I did report it, by the way, but there is a fun fact you might have missed. Speed running ignorance. And the thing is, I'm allowed to talk about my own experience. Mind blowing, isn't it? If somebody steals my work, I am allowed to speak about it publicly.
Oh, you know, Dave, the people that use Reddit are not really happy with freedom of expression, and so there is that.
That's not ego. That's called being a normal human adult. And the funniest part is that he said I should have handled it privately. But meanwhile, he's writing an essay on Reddit about me instead of DMing me. Is he trying to fuel his online ego and gather some Reddit upvotes?
Man, he destroyed him. Man, he annihilated him. It's not even an argument, is it?
What?
What a shame. Someone else on Reddit said, Lemao, this guy is a YouTuber that has gained his following by playing other people's basslines. What an effing hypocrite. This man really equated covering songs with stealing audio files. Amazing. This guy's brain is like a loading bar stuck at 2%. In my bass covers or in any cover on YouTube, the revenue automatically goes to the original composer. Everyone is credited. It's legal. It's respectful. Stealing someone's actual audio, it's illegal, immoral, and also extremely stupid, like your comment.
Man, he's cooking. He's cooking. Thornton Meloni asks me, Guaido in Sicilian, which means who is he? He's like a very popular content creator by the name of Davey504. He has 13.5 million subs and he's completely destroying haters on Reddit, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Got 2 more comments. I hummed a melody in the park once. Maybe that's why AI hums now. I should sue them too. He's trying to be sarcastic and funny, but obviously he missed the point of the entire video, because yes, if someone secretly recorded you humming in the park, fed your voice into an AI, and released a song with your actual voice in it, you should be allowed to sue. Sarcasm only works if you actually understand the topic. He tried to be smart, but the brain update failed to install. And final comment is, I'm suing Davey404. Perfect. I will see you in court. I will bring my bass, you bring your lawyer, and we will let the judge decide who owns the sound waves. Anyway, there are a lot more comments like these, but these ones I just showed you already cover every flavor of stupidity imaginable. If I keep reading, my brain's just gonna pack a suitcase and just leave. But on a more positive note, the user who stole my songs seems to have been terminated from that AI website. So at least someone pressed delete on his villain arc. Anyway, yeah, those comments were so amazingly dumb. They made me feel like a genius now. What about you? How do you feel? Let me know. And that's about it. Stay funky.
Man, this guy is cooking. As I say, if you didn't know who Davey504 was before this, now you do. And he's got quite a lot of interesting views. He's married to an Asian person, I think, an Asian wife. Very nice. And yeah, this was the original video, which got him a lot of views. And very cool. Very
I mean,
cool.
I don't know what you can chew on.
Let me give you the link to his channel, as we always do. When we, I'm going to make it a thing that I put the link for people in chat.
I got an engineering degree from a top-level school, and instead of using it to help society, I'm making Beyblades. Believe it or not, competitive Beyblade has recently exploded in popularity. There are tournaments all over the country, some with even hundreds of competitors, and even giant esports organizations like have taken place. And just like other competitive scenes like Super Smash Brothers, which struggle with power balance, Beyblade is no different. There's a Beyblade that sits high above the rest.
Like you and Eli are in
I hate this thing. It is so good. It's been out for almost 2 years, and it is still the best Beyblade in the meta. And the reason why it's so good is
she might be different.
It just spins for so long.
I thought you were different than
and in
Eli.
Beyblade, I guess
if you two are in the same Eli's at the end of Alpha,
whenever
you're
I
at the
go to
beginning of
tournaments,
Alpha.
I always find myself losing to it, and I am sick of it. So that got me thinking. What if I craft my own custom Beyblade using the physics knowledge I learned in school to engineer a Beyblade to spin as long as possible, so I can finally defeat Wand Wizard and thus make the most powerful Beyblade in existence? To create the longest spinning Beyblade, the main metric I need to look at is rotational inertia. Rotational inertia measures how hard it is to start and stop a spinning object. So the higher rotational inertia we have,
they're not good ones though. There's better ones, and I probably need a little bit of a prescription too.
It also means our Beyblade is going to be a lot harder to launch, but I don't need to worry about that because I have launchers like these.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. What?
Okay, these launchers might be overkill. It's gonna be a little harder to
I tried
launch, but
to-
it's not gonna be that
Sorry,
much
I
harder to launch.
backed up.
We can probably just use normal launchers. Anyway, the equation for rotational inertia is half the weight times the distance from the center squared. So basically, the Beyblade needs
Sometimes,
to be
yeah. He's
heavy,
got a light
and most of the
prescription.
weight
I mean,
needs
it's
to be
gotten
as far
heavier,
from the
but-
center as possible. We want a Beyblade that is ginormous and just has a giant metal ring around it. I mean,
Man,
just
it's
look
in the
at Phantom
forehead.
Orion. It is one of the most OP metal fight Beyblades, and it follows
is
this
pretty cool.
exact same
Beyblade.
design philosophy. So we're basically trying to make Phantom Orion, but on steroids.
She
And
loves
to make
watching
it spin
stuff,
even
and she likes looking
longer,
at the
I'm
microphone.
factoring
It's good on
in
my
air
phone.
drag. You know Newton's first law, an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. Well, in our case, that external force is flippin' air. When a Beyblade spins, air molecules are in the way and slow the Beyblade down. So to minimize this
What?
as
What you
much as
doing?
possible, we took a
What you
page
doing?
from golf. Have you ever wondered why golf balls have these little divots on them? Well, it's because these dimples create a thin layer of air that cling to the ball's surface, allowing it to move more smoothly as it flies through the sky. If they didn't have them, they wouldn't travel nearly as far. So we applied the same logic to Beyblade and covered our Beyblade's outer ring in golf ball dimples. Is it gonna make a noticeable difference? Probably not, but I just thought it was a fun idea. I saw it on Mythbusters. They put a bunch of dimples on a car. And you know what? It worked there, so why not? Why can't it work with Beyblade? Anyway, as for the Beyblade combo, I went with the Ratchet 360. It's just a solid ratchet that's pretty smooth, light, and fairly aerodynamic. And honestly, the ratchet's not gonna make that much of a difference on the Beyblade. But as for the bit, I actually ordered a custom-made bearing bit from Benchblade. I told you, we're making Phantom Orion on steroids. Now, the reason why bearing spins for so long is because the main thing that slows a Beyblade down is the frictional force between the Beyblade and the ground. So by having a bearing tip, it reduces that friction, allowing the Beyblade to spin for much longer. So yeah, that's the design philosophy behind the Beyblade we're making. So now, let's actually model it.
3 days later.
After a couple of days, my friend Buddha cooked, and here is the finished Beyblade model. And I don't know if you guys can tell, but this thing is ginormous. It is huge. And as you see, most of the center is light plastic, and the outside holds most of the weight. So hopefully that'll give it an insane moment of inertia. Also, it has the golf ball dimples, which I actually think look pretty cool. And as for the assist blade, Buddha cooked up a custom one that's just as big as a blade and has the exact same design philosophy. Anyway, with the Beyblade created, it's time to finally print it. And of course, I don't have a metal 3D printer. Those things are like $10,000. So instead, I printed it with JLC 3P, who are again sponsoring the video. If you guys want to print custom Beyblades at home, they're the service to use genuinely. I used them long before they started sponsoring my videos. They're great, they're fast, and they're cheap. And if you guys want to make your own longest spinning Beyblade, I'll have the files linked in the description. So to order this thing, I just uploaded my parts. This Beyblade has 2 metal parts, so I'm going with stainless steel. If you guys want to print the plastic parts with them as well, I suggest picking nylon. It's the most durable plastic material. Then you just select toy part in the description and you're done. It's simple, that's it. Just submit the order, and when picking shipping, I suggest to go with global. It's just so much cheaper and only a little slower. After that, an actual engineer will go over the model, and sometimes they'll email you about your walls being too thin. For Beyblade, it's usually fine to just accept the risks. Anyway, my package just came in, so let's take a look at this forever spinning Beyblade in person. I have been waiting the whole entire day for this package to come, and it finally came. I think you guys are going to be super surprised by the size of this Beyblade.
You don't like this.
Oh my
Right?
gosh. Holy moly. This thing is ginormous. To put in perspective, this is the size of a normal Beyblade, and this... I can literally fit a normal Beyblade inside of it. Anyway, I also 3D printed the plastic part, so here we have it right here. And if you printed this at home, let me show you how to assemble it. First, you take the main metal blade and you take this little thing and you just shove it inside like that. Then you take the bigger plastic part and you just match the pegs to the holes. So let's do that real quick. Just like that. And then finally, we have the assist blade. So here is the plastic part of the assist blade. And here is the metal part. All you have to do is fit it in. And now all you need is your CX chip. And for this guy, a couple videos back, we tried to make the perfect stamina Beyblade, but this guy is just a complete upgrade of that. We called this guy the Jet, so we're gonna use its chip. Just take that out and we're just gonna place it inside. And then use the locking mechanism to just fully lock in the Beyblade. So we just push down and twist, and then boom, here we have the longest spinning Beyblade in the world. Anyway, let's put on its combo. Here we have 360, and then the bit is going to be big.
You trying to get your help? What? No. What are you doing? Oh, no. Did you cut around it? Weakens the skin. Or hardens it, makes it like dead, so you don't have any feeling or nerve in it. Yeah. Yeah, that's why you need to start clipping your nails more consistently. No. The big bear bear. Your favorite bear bear. What? You need skin to chew on? Is that what you're trying to complain about? Where are you going? She's already kicking off of me. Like, she'll move her whole body with her feet. What are you upset about? Sure. I think she might want to play, but I can't tell if she's trying to just get to sleep and is just frustrated that she can't get comfortable and suck on whatever she wants to suck on. You want to put her on the mat? Yeah. He was. Burpers. What? Oh no. Oh no, you just want to kick right off of me. Yeah. You gotta roll with the bear. Roll with the bear. Okay, just a bear. Got it. I got it. She kicks with her feet. Tries to push up on me. Getting done with me. You are done with me, huh? Absolutely done with me. Yeah, she fell on me. No one wants to lay on the floor, but we'll get to sleep. She was eating her foot, so she's happy about that for a while. Neck got old. She's telling me all about it. Liquid honey. Where we going? No, baby. Complaining at everybody. What's he doing? How's he downstairs? Eli, get up here. What are you doing? Mom's out here on the couch, you goofball. Yeah, you're done cuddling. Sit somewhere and watch some TV. He's ridiculous. Eli, come out here and sit on the couch with Mom. All right, go sleep in the garage or something. Go to the garage. Go sleep in there. That way we don't have to hear you whine. What are you doing, bud? You want to watch a show? Alexa, turn the dining room light off. Does it to himself if he is. You're not getting her. Yep, that's enough. Enough of your games. That has very little patience right now, and you're already pushing it. Go make a bed in the dog cage. Yeah, I mean, my sister and I used to always have fun playing in the dog cage. You okay?
Oh my god. This thing is gonna be deadly, guys. Now it's time for the moment of truth. The spin test. We engineered this thing to spin long, but how much longer does it really spin compared to other Beyblades? For comparison, this is how long a normal Beyblade spins for. Around 1 minute and 11 seconds. The best Beyblade combo in the meta, Wand Wizard 960 Ball, spins for around 2 minutes and 24 seconds. And now our engineered Beyblade spins for... Oh my gosh! It spun for over 6 minutes! That's crazy! Our engineered Beyblade spun for 6 minutes and 7 seconds. That is 2.5 times longer than the current longest spinning Beyblade and over 5 times longer than a normal Beyblade. This thing is insane. Now, even though it spins for a long time, I know you guys just want to see how the spinning machine does in battle, but before we test it against the Beyblade that haunts my nightmares, let's work our way up and start with a fairly standard Beyblade, Night Shield.
Very thin.
Oh my gosh, guys, I am so excited
3 times the size
to
of a
use this
Beyblade.
Beyblade. And its first opponent, let's be real here, its first casualty is gonna be Night Shield. So let's see how Night Shield does. We'll do first to, we'll do first to 4 points. Oh my gosh, that thing is so hard to launch versus Night Shield. Bro, does Night Shield even stand a chance? Why are we even using it? Alright, well let's see. Bro, it can't even move him. He's like immovable. Night Shield is attacking him and he's losing. You know what? We're not even gonna relaunch him. We're just gonna keep launching Night Shield at him. Let's see how many times it can beat Night Shield in a row. This is crazy. Okay, 2 times. Oops. All right. Third launch. Bro, in a burst on the 3rd launch. Gonna beat him 4 times in a row. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my gosh, another burst. Wait. Okay, 5 times. 5 times.
The best of 4. You just having too much fun watching it break apart.
I think we accidentally created the most overpowered Beyblade in existence. It literally destroyed Night Shield 5 times in a row. Can it do it 6 times? Can it beat it 6 times?
No.
It cannot beat it 6 times, but 5 times in a row? Night Shield didn't stand a chance. Let's move on to a much more powerful Beyblade.
Okay.
So this is probably the best attack type Beyblade, and according to Beyblade logic, attack is supposed to beat stamina, so let's see how it does against our ultimate stamina Beyblade. Actually, I kind of want to see... Oh my gosh, you can literally feel the wind going around. I actually think the golf ball dimples are working. All right, there we go. Oh my goodness, that thing is actually really hard to launch. All right. Oh wait, it actually kind of moved it. It's kind of moving it. Okay, actually, I take it back. It's not doing anything. It's really not doing anything. This Beyblade is so OP.
It's gonna slow it down though.
I think we genuinely created the most overpowered Beyblade in existence. Nothing can stop it. Nothing, bro. It just... Shark Scale goes up to it and it hits him so hard with an upper attack, but instead of sending him flying, Shark Scale is the one that ends up jumping in the air. Let's see it. Is that 5 battles in a row? It just beat Shark Scale, the best attack type Beyblade, 5 times in a row. All right. It's getting absolutely destroyed. It's getting demolished. Something I will say that because we are using stainless steel, it does kind of mark up your Beyblade. So if you are printing this Beyblade, keep that in mind. It marks up your Beyblades a little bit. It won't completely destroy them, but it will leave like little scratches like that. I mean, you see those on normal Beyblades anyway. This thing is an absolute menace. All right, I mean, it beat Night Shield like 6 times in a row. It beat Shark Scale like 7 times in a row. Let's move on to a more powerful Beyblade.
Let's go. On Wizard. What is that?
It is finally time, guys. I built this Beyblade with one purpose in mind, to destroy Wand Wizard. And here we have it, Wand Wizard 960 Ball, the Beyblade combo that has been demolishing me in every single tournament I go to. Let's see how it does against the ultimate stamina combo. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, the best Beyblade combo in existence, Wand Wizard 960 Ball versus our ultimate. Actually, when you look at it, I'm just like bigger Wand Wizard. If you like, they kind of look pretty similar, right? They have metal on the outside and just plastic on the inside. That's why Wand Wizard's so good. It has that moment of inertia. It's scientifically the best Beyblade, but against this guy, it stands no chance. I think we actually created the most overpowered Beyblade in existence. We genuinely created the most overpowered Beyblade in existence. It's about to take out Wand Wizard 2 times in a row. This thing is crazy. We created it to destroy a monster, and then we actually just ended up accidentally creating an even crazier monster. Anyway, here it is. It's gonna destroy Wand Wizard 2 times in a row. The best Beyblade combo in the game. That's literally been demolishing me in every single tournament I go to, and it's still spinning even after 2 battles. All right, you know what? I think we have to put it to an even crazier test. Test number 3. How many Beyblades can it take out in just one launch?
All of them.
So here I have my box of Beyblades. Let's see how this thing does. Go, shoot. All right, first Beyblade, Rhino Horde. All right, let's see if it can defeat Rhino Horde. You know what? I'm just gonna keep launching Beyblades at it. Let's see how many it can take out. That's already one. Already took out Hell's Reaper. Oh my gosh, Rhino Horde is out of there. There is Shark Scale. Oh my goodness. Okay, took out Reaper and Black Shell. I'm running out of Beyblades to throw at it. Okay, here we have, oh, it burst and it knocked out Phoenix Runner. Okay, here we have Hell Scythe. Here we have Chainmail. Okay, so it didn't take out Chainmail and Hell Scythe, but it did take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, no.
With one launch, it took out 8 Beyblades. This thing, we created a monster. We actually created a monster.
So
honestly, this thing is so much fun. It is so OP, but it's so overpowered that there's like no Beyblade that can take it on. So let me know in the comment section what I should put up against this monstrosity next, and maybe I'll make like a YouTube short about it. But yeah, if you guys like these type of videos where we try to scientifically make super
I got a victory in the Supreme Court for what? What is Nux reacting to?
Alrighty, check out Joe's Rogaine AI song. Alright, watch the new Elon's Joe Rogaine video. Alright, we'll watch one video for Blood Runks, and then we'll proceed.
studio spaceship, red lights hum. Spotify warps, headlines hum. CNN knows he loves his pace.
Ivermectin, no!
Bleep up, no time to waste. Cold plunge.
There's no way they had horse girls with ivermectin. Dude, this Grok song thing is crazy. It's insane how good this is.
On a glorious sheen, stem cells grow, repair the seams. Carnivore fueled kettlebell swings, it's entirely possible. Jim wrote Joe's Rogan, he's thick made. Ah! Minoxidil,
bro,
has done it again. Here is the factor. Vaccine reactor.
Dude, it's like it's killing my computer. All right, I'm noticing something here. Okay, well, I don't know why it's so laggy. I feel like it's too powerful. But hold up.
Done it again.
Bro, why? Can you explain to me why I'm like an Easter egg? Bro, what is this?
Yeah, I've seen him in a couple of videos now.
How does this keep happening? Bro. Dog.
Minoxidil has done it again. Here is the factor. Vaccine reactor. Joe's Rogan. Jimmy, pull that shit up. I need to see. Do dragons exist or is it just me?
Yeah, that's the Joe Rogan dragon thing.
Is beautiful, man. And his DMT vision, the deep state is slain. Float tank, UFOs, fighter planes. George Soros, TRT in his veins. Pull the mic closer, Jamie, play it, bro. Did Bigfoot vote? We just have to know.
That Asmund gold? That Kaya! Ah! I paused it by accident. Bro, I got two little entries. Bro, they have Kaya getting electrocuted. No. Okay, bro, that's actually kind of crazy.
That is sick.
Like, that's actually kind of awesome. Bro, what is this? Avengers Endgame.
Joe's Rogan for your brain. Podcast under mainstream's insane.
Okay, dude, it's insane. For the record, it is completely and utterly insane how good this is with just AI.
Style detractor, that dude from Fear Factor, Joe's Rogan. Jamie, pull up that bear. Harambe knocks 100 out. Kamala just laughed and faded all the clouds. Trump, where's the crown sleeping?
Emperor King. Autopen.
We know just how COVID came. Jamie, zoom in, enhance that frame. What if the moon's just a big mind game? Duncan's slinging threads, did I mention Epstein? It's entirely possible, it's all a dream. Joe's Rogan, he takes Betaine. Jordan Peterson's crying again.
Why would you do that?
Dragon's the raptor. Joe's Rogan.
Dragon was the character.
Them good old boys want their own Joe. It baffles Tim that they don't know. Lexax, Love, and Huberman hacks. Zuckerberg glitches, Asmund reacts.
Asmund reacts. Him
Riding a
skateboarding on a
roach.
giant cockroach. Bro, what is this?
Ice to heat and now for brains. Gobekli Tepe and Cedar Grain. Spaceships landed now, Texas stoned. It's entirely possible.
Dude, it's crazy that you could do this with AI.
Yeah.
It's crazy that you could do this with AI. Like this is better than anime music videos, you know? It's insane. I love how the whole song is just about how Joe Rogan got hair by taking Rogaine.
Joe's Rogan. Results are plain. He's breathing the musk. You all know his name. Here is a teacher. Young Jamie's the seeker.
Oh, Sharingan.
Joe Rogan got the Mangekyo Sharingan. This whole song is about how he got hair.
Can't finish that there. I don't get what's all the cat book.
I'm not gonna lie, this was insane. I'm not gonna lie, this was actually crazy. Actually shockingly good. Get it? But unironically, it actually shockingly good. I don't know why I'm featured in all of them, but I'm not complaining. It's always nice to see. But this is wild. This is so wild to me.
Let's go to grok.com. See. Great image. Change my super grok. Videos. I take to imagine. Style. See what we get. I've never messed with this before, so probably be cool. Oh gosh. These are all girls. Try it again. See what we get. They're fighting each other. They're training. Yeah, it's okay. Gotta get detailed in the wording. Uh-huh. Ilhan Omar at her terrorist training camp before arriving in America. Oh. got flipped for a reason. Didn't really have anything negative to say about Israel being conquered by the Romans. Give Caesar's what is Caesar's. Men will conquer men. Logic is now racist. A minute if it's
What? Logic is anti-black? What is this, like some crypto racism thing? Logic is anti-black?
The entire concept of logic is anti-black. But let's zoom out for some context. Western philosophy built its idea of reason by defining who wasn't rational. To be logical meant being European.
Oh, God. By the way, I went to check her profile. This is not bait.
White meant rational, industrious, and modern. Black and brown meant lazy, primitive, and dependent.
What do you even say to something like that?
And civilized. It's everything blackness was imagined not to be.
Blackness wasn't imagined to be civilized? Why would you even say that about yourself?
That's why Afro-pessimists and decolonial...
Afro-pessimists. That's a new one. I've never heard that before.
Sylvia Rivera's book goes on to expose the myth of linear progress and how that...
Well, of course there's not linear progress. Like, look at Rome. Rome was great, and then things went down.
Yep, and then it went downhill.
Like, what are you even thinking?
Therefore, trapping the global south in someone else's timeline.
The global
and
south.
Finally, on the post-colony, which reveals colonial reason as a logic that made blackness the outer limit of the human. So when I say logic is anti-black, I mean the very rules of logic were written from an imperialistic point of view. So to think freely, we need to rebuild reason itself from the ground up.
Okay, so brainwashing, this is the reason why people want to like reinvent certain types of thinking like this. It's because the thinking leads to conclusions that put them at a disadvantage. They have spent such a long time sending retards to college and then giving them fake degrees that have no value. And now they have this like fucking monumental student aid debt and there's nothing that they can do about it. So that's it.
Well, they can make Netflix shows, so there's that.
I remember my grandmother saying to me, I don't care what they tell you in school, Cleopatra was black.
Greek. VTuber wants to date us. Oh, that's
I occasionally listen to
guess I need to get some pauldrons. Yeah, you know, Piker's going nuts over that interview with Trump that Donnie did. Yeah, these were the greatest times.
1998 to 2004, American animation really had something going on, and then it just stopped for some reason.
Yeah, it was great.
Well, I don't know what the hell happened either. So the death of American animation was when they started doing those Pixar movies with everything being like kind of like a cartoon in a way. It looks like kind of AI generated now. Because the old animated films, I think, were amazing. The hand-drawn animated films were amazing. But then you moved over to that and the digital stuff. Yeah, I think that digital animation, I think, killed hand-drawn animation, which is really not a surprise because I bet that it's cheaper. I'm assuming it's cheaper. At least that's probably why they changed to it. But yeah, I think that's really kind of what happened. 3D movies, yeah, it's hard work. So Toy Story. Well, I mean, I think that there's exceptions, and I think that there's definitely really great 3D movies. But
There
I
are some
also
really good
think
3D
that
movies,
it
but I think
was
that some of
like
these movies
there are
were, like,
always
peak.
good things that happen with changes that have a negative effect long term. I think Toy Story was great, but I think if Toy Story was drawn and animated, it still would have been great. But I do think that there's a certain amount of soul that exists in hand-drawn animation that is lost inside of CGI 3D animation. Do you guys agree with that? 1998 to 2004.
That was peak animation period. I hear my phone, my stream in the background. Eli? Zoom back in?
True, and then beyond that, then you piggyback on okay, well, if 90% of the internet is nothing but bots, if everybody is fake, if 90% of people posting around the world are fake, they're bots.
True.
You know, maybe maybe you got another 5 or 6 or 7%. You think you're talking to somebody from America, and actually they're from India.
Expos.
You think you're talking to a true MAGA America First patriot on Twitter, and really it's a Nigerian scammer. Really, it's a Nigerian impersonating Ivanka Trump to try to influence your political beliefs. Man, it is a tough time to be a human. Sometimes I feel like the human brain is not equipped to live in the world that we have right now. Do you ever feel that way? Think about how humans lived for 99.99999% of human history. We're living in huts. We have a little tribe, a village of 200 humans. You're living with your friends and your family, very close proximity, very familial, right? With your cousins and your grandma.
Community relate.
And now the world is so global and technology is so advanced. Now we have to be able to discern from real videos and artificial intelligence videos and who's who. Are you from Nigeria? I don't know what's going on. Man, it is nuts. The human brain, at least my human brain can barely keep up with the way the world is unfolding. Now, folks, we have another report that's coming out here today. The Trump DOJ, this is news today, a couple hours ago. The Trump Department of Justice is reportedly investigating claims that Venezuela actually helped steal the 2020 presidential election to install Joe Biden. Now, obviously, Venezuela, the modern Maduro regime, they are not the biggest fans of President Trump. You can understand how it would be in their interest, in Venezuela's interest, to not have President Trump in the White House, to instead have an incompetent geriatric, no offense to older people, like Joe Biden and his cackling Vice President Kamala Harris at his side. You can see how that would be expedient for the interests of Venezuela. And so this might be the case. This right now, today, we have the very early report. I would imagine in the next couple hours or next couple days, we are going to find out more about this as this investigation is unfolding. Now, as it relates to Venezuela, we have a report. The military buildup off of the coast of Venezuela continues. President Trump very clearly, very openly is putting a lot of pressure on Maduro right now. We've got an entire carrier group floating off the coast of Venezuela. We have a report coming out talking about this today. Take a look.
The U.S. significantly increasing its military presence in the Caribbean, deploying bombers, warships, and Marines to target narco-terrorists. Lucas Tomlinson's live in Trinidad to explain. Hi, Lucas.
Good afternoon, Mike. And after this show of force of U.S. warships in the Caribbean, President Trump says he's open to speaking with Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro.
ready to
hoping to have
attack
that
him.
conversation soon. At a rally in Caracas, Maduro said he's open to dialogue, but not conflict.
Real quick, just to interject here.
He's the one that's been building forces up on the border to prevent Trump from going in to deal with the cartels.
Maduro is desperate. Maduro is literally begging President Trump. Did you see the offer that Maduro put on the table a week ago, maybe 10 days ago? Maduro came out publicly. He said, Trump, please don't kill me. Please don't depose me. Please don't get rid of me. Let me stay in power in Venezuela. And if you do, you can take whatever you want. All of our oil. Trump, just, you can take whatever you want. All the oil, all of this, all of that. We're going to shut down the narco trafficking. Please, President Trump, just let me stay in power. Do not topple my regime, and I'll give you anything you want. So Maduro is desperate. He's trying to cut deals right now. He's begging President Trump, please, I'll give you whatever you want. Just don't take me out, is where we're at the moment.
Yep.
They're out and about, these Venezuelans in Caracas.
In the Venezuelan capital of Caracas yesterday, hundreds of college students took to the streets, likely forced or highly encouraged, Mike, to support the embattled leader. Many blame for skyrocketing inflation and sending drugs and thousands of migrants to the U.S. shores. Here's Maduro doing his version of the peace dance. A Venezuelan cartel linked to Maduro and his regime will be added to the State Department's foreign terrorist list on Monday, opening up to potential strikes by the U.S. military. Where right now about a quarter of the U.S. Navy's deployed warships are in the Caribbean. The Vanguard right here, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford, with 4 squadrons of F-18 Super Hornets aboard. There are now over 200 Tomahawk cruise missiles in theater aboard Gata missile destroyers and cruisers. And one of those destroyers, Mike, the USS Stockdale, recently cut off a Russian oil tanker headed for Venezuela from Cuba, according to Bloomberg. The tanker now sits off the coast of Venezuela, where the FAA is has issued a new warning to airliners flying over Venezuela and the southern Caribbean after F-18s from Ford were seen flying offshore. Trump's former special envoy for Venezuela, Elliot Abrams, thinks regime change could be easier this time than in past.
I think that's probably going to happen, for better or for worse, regardless of what I hope or what you hope. I think that is probably on the table. I think that's probably the agenda right now. Now, we have, before we really break down this entire dynamic with Venezuela, there was an absolutely massive super chat, $100 super chat. He says, as an Gen X, not a boomer, I must say, yes, my son passed away in 2020. You are very much like him. Thank you. That's terrible. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's really terrible. I'm sorry. I can't even imagine how terrible that must be. Thank you very much for tuning in. At least I'm happy that you enjoy the show and you're tuning in. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. And I'm sorry you had to go through that. Thank you very much. Sincerely, thank you very much. Thoughts and prayers for this individual. Andrew Penning in the chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen, here's the reality. Maduro has how much American blood on his hands? 100,000, 200,000, 3, maybe I've seen people say up to 400,000 American lives have been lost as a consequence of Maduro's not accidental. It's not an oversight. Maduro is a narco-terrorist. He has been completely complicit. I mean, it's part of his plan. It's directly under his nose, under his oversight. This
he's not doing anything about it
sort of trafficking of really
into
deadly narcotics out of Venezuela up into the United States, not just for the intent, for the purpose of making money, but also to explicitly kill Americans. Because what Maduro, listen, we know this is a fact. What Maduro and his regime have been doing, they have been taking less deadly drugs, marijuana, cocaine, still maybe not the best stuff in the world, but less deadly drugs, party drugs that young people take at parties or clubs. He's been putting fentanyl, his regime, they've been intentionally lacing these sort of more benign drugs with fentanyl, lacing everything. You don't do that if you're just trying to make money. If you're just a humble drug dealer, listen, you're not lacing everything with fentanyl. The reason why you do that, you lace weed and cocaine and everything else and MDMA and whatever else with fentanyl, which is incredibly deadly. The reason why you do that is because you want dead Americans. And you know what? He got his wish.
Yeah, it's not getting it.
I hate to say this, there have been so many dead young Americans, dead Americans, because of what he has done. And it's not only him, it's other cartels and narco-terrorists and narco-traffickers all across Latin America. China, of course, has been complicit in this, but listen, he has known. There is a reason why there is a $50 million bounty on his head right now, dead or alive, from our Department of Justice. $50 million bounty. Okay? We are taking this very seriously. Right now, and you want to know how seriously? Listen, right now, off the coast of Venezuela, we already have troops in the field right now. We've got covert ops on the ground. In Venezuela, taking out narco compounds right now. We know that. We have a confirmation of that. We've got Delta Force or God knows who else down there on the ground. We already have boots on the ground. Beyond that, we have an entire carrier strike group, as they just said in this video. There's a carrier strike group floating off the coast.
So many planes stationed in
Venezuela. We've got an amphibious ready group and 5,000 Marines floating off the coast of Venezuela. They said we've got 200 Tomahawk missiles ready to go. Man, I'll tell you what, I think we might see this situation pop off any day now. Maduro, they said that Maduro, he's ready to talk. He's willing to talk. Yeah, I bet.
He's going to say something stupid.
I bet he is. I bet he is willing to talk. I bet he does want to talk. He has gotten used to acting and killing Americans and making money off of our bloodshed with complete and total impunity for years now. Guess what? Trump is back in the White House, buddy, and he's not going to tolerate this. I bet he is ready to talk. He knows, everybody knows, Trump could have this guy dead within 15 minutes, any second of any day. All it would take is one drone strike, one missile, God knows what else we have. And he knows it. He knows it. He is shaking in his boots right now. And so this entire dynamic is why this entire situation is really so terrible. Is really so consequential now. the situation, of course, I'm talking about 5 days ago, maybe 6 days ago, we had a series, 6 Democrat congressional representatives, 4 of which are sitting in the House, 2 of which are active in the Senate. They're senators right now. We all saw the video. I'm not going to play it again, but these individuals here, these Democrats, they took it upon themselves to effectively sort of incite sedition or insurrection against President Trump. They were saying, listen, hey, if you're in the military right now, if you think that President Trump
Everything
issues
he
an
does is
unlawful
illegal
order, go
on a
ahead. And you don't
separate
need to
video.
follow. You don't need to follow President Trump's orders. He's the commander in chief. But if you don't agree with what he's doing, then you don't need to do it. Listen, this is unacceptable. Always. Period. Full stop. But it's even more unacceptable given we have boots on the ground. We've got men in the field right now. We've got a carrier strike group. Like I said, we got the ARG. We got 5,000 Marines off the coast of Venezuela. It might be go time any second. And they know that. They know that. They know right now things are tense. Okay? And they did it anyway. They did it anyway. They know exactly what they are doing. Now, President Trump, I've got 2 different statements from him.
Whoa.
Hello, welcome back to another video. Today we got some good old yellow flash yet again. Pokimane deletes everything. 30-year-old streamer runs after Asmongold and XQC call out lies. God, we love internet drama between creators, don't we? So yeah, let's get into it. Give Flash a likey like.
So the other day, on November 19th, Pokimane, a very popular Twitch streamer, who I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a fan of all of the LA streamers. I think they're all mostly pretty cancerous.
They're all just fake and bland and generic. Like genuinely, even down to how they do their makeup for like the women. They're all the same. They all
play the same game. Just disgusting
ways. Asmongold made a mistake.
So one more stream.
そうなんですよ。私スタンプ全部自分で書いてて。アスモン先輩ははっきりと自分の本当の気持ちを伝えた方がよろしいかと。可愛いよねそれ。でもね、私の一番ね、
Oh my god.
Did you know his face turned so fucking red when she said Asmon senpai? His face turned so fucking red, bro. That's funny. 待って、アスモンちゃん。ちょっと待って。待って。
心境の環境は砂漠のと違うだろ。
アスモンって何？アスモンさん？
Ladies and gentlemen, today we find ourselves immersed in the boundless realm of Twitch, where the renowned gamer Asmongold embarks on a peculiar journey.
アスモンさん、こんにちは。
安全な上。
こんにちは。Hi. My name is Kashi.
そうだね。
あら、ありがとう。He's losing his mind.
Asmongold valiantly attempts to downplay his genuine interest, but his bashful demeanor and evasive glances reveal a different truth. The VTuber's adorable charm has ensnared his attention, yet he stubbornly clings to an image of Notice how Asmongold adamantly clings to his embarrassed act, refusing to acknowledge the undeniable allure of the VTuber's whimsical performance.
Thank you, follow. アメリカのストリーマーさん Bro just outed himself. Look at him.
A necessary reminder. No one, and I want to repeat, no one is forcing Asmongold to keep watching.
Subscribe. Thank you. アスモンさん。Nice to meet you. My name is Kashi.
Oh my
god.
Oh my god. Not the blanket. Oh my god, his face is so red. Oh my god, is this the pure power of VTubers? Making people just like this? I remember when we did our Speak of the Devil and he was like, yeah, I don't like cat girls. It was so nonchalant about like anime girls, and now look at him. You have fallen! You have fallen, Asmongold. You have fallen.
Oh my god.
Fallen to the VTubers. You have fallen.
Okay, nice to meet you too.
No one can resist the VTubers. No one.
Yeah.
Enjoy your stream, smiley face.
Thank you. もうサブスクギフト。
What a day.
Oh, my thing.
I bet that made his day. I bet that made his day. I bet that made his day. I know that made his day. He had a great day after that. He wouldn't stop smiling. The whole day he probably slept. He probably smiled until he went to bed. He was smiling until he went to beddy bye. That's for true.
Yeah. Oh, your feet again? We're not doing this again, are we?
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Let's dive into today's video.
Oh, thank you. What did they do?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, it seems as though, at least in my view, the Democrats in a certain way have sealed their fate. And I think they're actively choosing the path of their own demise, their own friggin' extinction at this point. You know, we have fun with this idiotic woke culture, this far-left wannabe theater costume communism. But as much as we poke fun at it and we ridicule it appropriately, the simple fact of the matter is that it's here to stay, and they're serious. And this, of course, is a product of Democrat making, and it's now coming to bite them in the behind. You know, this is a party now in full-blown identity crisis mode. The DNC is being pulled into two different directions. The loud, unhinged, blue-haired, socialist wing of the party is now the party. Politics is always downstream from culture, and that is the culture of the party now. Shitty half-thought ideological worldviews mixed with shitty haircuts and shitty prison tattoos and a little beanie that doesn't actually fit your head. No, it cuts right above your ears. The point is, they've created a culture, and it's now a malignant tumor that's completely absorbing the host. And I have definitive proof of that. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so this is, this pretty much tells you everything. Here's the U.S. House voting to denounce socialism, and just take a look at the final tally.
On this vote, the yeas are 285 and the nays are 98, with 2 answering present. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
A majority of Democrats voted to oppose it. That's 98 Democrats not voting to denounce socialism. It's no longer fringe. And you also have to understand that socialism means the end of capitalism. It's an alternative worldview. The entire country was built on capitalism. You know, that's a pretty radical stance to take. And forever, the Democrats, you know, they said it's not real, it's not true. We are capitalists through and through. The whole socialism thing, you know, it's just a couple college kids. Well, now it's the mayor of New York City. It's the biggest left-wing influencers who control the conversation. They're the thought leaders with much more reach, influence, and impact than anything the corporate legacy media is doing these days. I mean, as much as you don't like Hassan, he's arguably more influential than CNN and MSNBC combined, especially when it comes to the next generation. And so now that's the grassroots of the left. And that's, of course, what the Democrats have to keep speaking to. They're they're locked in that position. And that's, of course, been the strategy. That was the purpose of the shutdown. Democrats have been celebrating this massive resurgence, right? They've juiced their own numbers in their own blue stronghold states on this November 4th election. But those are very localized wins, let's call it, localized W's. You cannot then extrapolate that to a national mandate or advantage. And of course, I think that's really where Democrats are in trouble right now. It's the Socialist Party. They can't even get their Pennsylvania Democrat senator on board for freaking anything these days.
How is it that people feel so bleak?
It's the right question to ask. And quite frankly, the only weaker party in all of this than Donald Trump are the Democrats themselves. The public looks at them and says they don't have solutions to anything. They know how to point to what's not going right, but they don't know how to solve it. They don't know how to change it. And in the end, the president's numbers are falling. That is a fact. In every national poll, he has weakened in the last 8 weeks. And it's significant. But the one thing that he can take solace in is that the Democrats are even weaker on the issues that matter. I would rather be having the Republican challenge right now because they have the levers of power than the Democratic challenge because they're split and they're all over the place.
There's no national resurgence. And again, the Democrat Party remains wildly less popular than President Trump. Don't make the mistake of comparing popularity of the Democrats or particular Democrat candidates to the GOP as a whole. If we're talking a general election, you look at the president or you look at the presidential candidate, and in terms of that comparison in the framework of a general election, the Democrats are in the dumpster, in the 30s, the high 20s of approval. And none of their fancy Democrat primary frontrunners even come close to President Trump, and likely not J.D. Vance or even freaking Marco Rubio, given the chance to campaign and actually get their names out there. And frankly, it just feels like it's getting worse and worse for them. I mean, we went from chaos in California, Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom looking like the biggest doofuses of the decade, to Antifa terrorism across the country, targeting Tesla, and then targeting ICE, then No Kings, then a shutdown backfire. Now we got this Epstein backfire. And again, the new face of the Democrat Party is showing.
She's the smartest person they could find. So
Eddie and
they wanted
everything.
to do this. And the reason is this, because they are desperate to make this a story about Trump and Epstein. And the only thing we found out in the last week is that it's a story about Democrats and Epstein. Correct. You got Larry Summers asking for dating advice from Epstein. You got Hakeem Jeffries trying to raise money from Epstein. You got Plaskett being programmed by Epstein. They lost the narrative, so they sent out their smartest person, Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett being sent out to be the offensive messenger of the Democrat Party, only to make an absolute and utter fool of herself.
We were gone for about 2 months because we couldn't talk about Jeffrey Epstein. And now everybody wants to act as if they want to have like a real honest conversation about the victims and the survivors and everybody else. Where was this conversation a long time ago? I'll love to go back and say that Joe Biden didn't do it. You know, Joe Biden is blamed for everything. Joe Biden didn't campaign on it. If y'all can run me the tape, then run me the tape. This was rope that y'all decided to yourselves with because the president campaigned on the Epstein files while we were campaigning on things such as affordability.
I'm sorry, but like we don't have ethical like rules that say that you can't receive text messages or you can't respond to text messages, especially if somebody has a certain record and you can't do it in committee. We all be sitting on our phones and yes, people be texting. The audacity to decide that you want to strip a black woman of her committee assignment because she was texting with Epstein.
Oh, and don't forget this little accusation on the House floor where she suggested that Lee Zeldin took Epstein money.
You talked about Republicans taking money from a Jeffrey Epstein. Here's what you said.
Who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio.
You mentioned Lee Zeldin there. He's now a cabinet secretary. He responded and said it was actually Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, who's a doctor that doesn't have any relation to the convicted sex trafficker. Do you want to correct the record on the people that
Listen, I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein. Just so that people understand, when you make a donation, your picture is not there. And because they decided to spring this on us in real time, I wanted the Republicans to think about what could potentially happen because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the
Savannah doesn't want you getting
So
up.
my team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just tell lies.
Yeah, but people might see that and say, well, you're trying to make it sound like he took money from I did not
He
know.
did have a
Registered
big
sex offender.
suit
No, but I
pressures on
literally
me,
did not
but I
know.
didn't
Yeah,
know
it
that
turned out that
poop.
Lee Zeldin did in fact receive campaign contributions from a Jeffrey Epstein, but not Jeffrey Epstein, the child trafficker, rather Dr.
Could be
Jeffrey
me.
Epstein, a completely different individual. I mean, a complete clown show, a ratchet, out of control, grifter-led resistance, a bunch of insane LARPing weirdos, and of course, this is the future of the party. Mamdani, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, that's what younger Democrats keep saying and demanding.
All those losers. Mamdani got his back broke by Trump. And now is bending up a knee. And Democrat voters are not going to be happy.
I think these reports might be accurate, folks. Luke Montz has come down to the home plate umpire. He got word from his, I believe, his trainer in the dugout. Montz is coaching third base. They got his attention. And Martirella's out there at second, pointing at himself, going, "Who, me? What'd I do?" Nathan, you're about to find out that there's some stuff going down. And yeah,
He got Trey while he's on base.
Marcy and Martirella are both popping out of the San Antonio dugout. They get hugs from Luke Montz. They're going to the clubhouse. They're reportedly joining the Miami Marlins organization. I think these reports might be accurate, folks. Luke Montz has come down to the home plate umpire. He got word from his, I believe, his trainer in the dugout. Montz.
2 weeks of lockdowns will not affect the kids.
I didn't do that for months. I didn't drop a bomb on Paris.
Oh, God. No.
It's just a word.
No.
Okay?
No, no. Oh, God.
The Jews clearly control the media and the banks.
Oh, wow.
Banks.
Man.
What does a $1 noodle look like in China? 大刀面, or translated as big knife noodles, is made by cutting sheets of pressed dough with a double-handled custom knife. It's popularized by festivals and weddings because of the need to feed a lot of people quickly with fresh noodles. People here in Sanxi will get mad if they're served frozen noodles. To cut efficiently and evenly is not easy. It took this owner 6 years to get here, and he's the only person who cuts noodles at his restaurant. Each day, he cuts 2 giant sheets of dough, enough for 500 bowls of noodles. Cold water is added constantly to keep the starchy water from boiling over, and some of it is poured over the rim of the pot to keep the steel cool. It's cooked for just 30 seconds before the noodles are ready, and they come out really chewy. The sauce is made with minced pork, spices, soy sauce, and thickened with cornstarch. For an extra boost of protein, pork belly ribs, meatball, and tofu is available on the side. The thick sauce is really savory, and it coats the noodles so well. What does a $1 noodle look like in China? 大刀面, or translated as big knife noodles, is made by cutting sheets of pressed.
All right, here we go. I am fixing the travesty that is my electrical work where I did everything wrong before. So this is a main shutoff at the house. I popped this little guy off. Got this little thing down here to put so I don't get it all muddy, because I did get a little mud on it before. I've already previously loosened these. First thing I'm gonna do is shut off the main breaker. So now all the power underneath there is disabled. So this just slides up. I'm gonna say again, I am not a licensed or trained electrician. I will have a licensed and trained electrician looking over this for me. But if you want to tell me to hire somebody, well, then you can give me the money to do it, because I got to do it myself. All right, now with the panel off, I've got my electrical tester. You can come down here. We can see there is no electrical anywhere. Now, if I go above the breaker, there is still power. See there? It's blinking. Come down here. To prove that the tester works, I can turn this back on. And I see there's no off, and it's dead. So now I have to back these nuts out, and I have to start taking this apart. All right, now everything is disconnected. These are the lines that came from that old SER cable that I'm ripping out. You can see they all go down into this tube. I gotta clean this out a little bit so I can remove everything else and then put the new back in. All right, guys, we got the wire all out. I got the non-conforming pipe out. Now we're about to put the new pipe in. All right, folks, it is done. This is the new wiring we put in. We've got everything connected. It is all in the proper 2-inch conduit going over to our LB. Now, I know it's not done yet, but I just wanted to show you there's the LB on the inside. I wanted to show you I got it all fished. I've got just put the plates on there. That's all 2-inch coming up in there. I still have to attach the neutral bus bar. This is not done, of course. And this is just my test. I know the neutral isn't connected. Again, it's not done. I just wanted to make sure that I got everything connected so I could turn the power back on to the house. But you can see my little jank plug-in right here We have got it all connected. I'm gonna get this all buttoned up. I'm gonna get the bus bar installed so I've got the neutrals all correct and get all that done. And man, whew, it's been a long journey. I've actually got an electrician coming to inspect it, to sign off and tell me what I gotta change, but hopefully everything will be okay. All right, here we go. I am fixing the travesty that is my electrical work where I did everything wrong before. So this is...
The big panel is that safe.
All right, here we go. I am fixing...
They look like border bears! Contact! Contact! Run! They look like border bears! Contact! Contact! Run!
Coming up almost to the little walkway that will take out to these dwellings, and it's pretty dangerous. You know, this is at such an angle, and you slip, you start rolling and you go over an edge onto some pretty sharp rocks. Look how pretty this is. One of my absolute favorite places in the world to go. Special place just because this is a go-to spot that I've been coming to. I'm gonna have to compare pictures just so I can see if it's ever been damaged. There's the dwelling. There's probably 4 or 5 rooms and overlooks the valley. Now these ones are interesting because they are north facing. So this probably was a summer home is what I'd guess. But who knows? Okay, I'm up here a little bit closer, and normally I do not go inside of these things, especially if they have a roof. I feel comfortable just coming to about right here and showing you guys kind of their little deck or viewpoint they have at these cliff dwellings. It's an amazing place out here. It always has a good vibe and feels great in the shade right now. And, you know, this is the first time I think I saw their fingerprints inside of the mortar on it. You can see some of the branches of the trees that they use to make the dwellings, and just what a view. And it's coming up almost to the little walkway that will take out to these dwellings, and it's pretty dangerous. You know, this is at such an angle, and you slip, you start rolling and you go over an edge onto some pretty sharp rocks. Look how pretty this is. One of my absolute favorite places in the world to go. Special place just because this is a go-to spot that I've been coming to.
If you're someone that has no choice but to extract at the absolute last second, what you can do is run over to
Can you? Yes. Is it as quiet as you want it to be? If you don't have blinky parts, you should be good. Mm-hmm. No. Careful with this. Gentle. Watching the wild crats. All right.
Play with it. Squat it.
All right. Yeah, try a gambit. Silent.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
This is some new place. I'm not sure what it is. Krakoa, the new map. Not New Year's yet, bud.
Everything in this place feels so familiar, and yet so strange.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay, make sure you put it back.
Hello. A perfect look for this year's Hellfire Gala. I did not travel between dimensions to dance. I came to fight. Don't worry. The gala always has plenty of chances for both. Then perhaps
The
I
battle
will
starts
accept
in
the
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Empty. Dude, stop messing with me. Either give it to somebody else or put it on the table yourself.
my hunt. Step aside.
Yeah, we got a heist to finish.
Capture the mission area.
The dark force feeds.
I didn't get a kill yet.
My light cannot move.
Where's this go?
If the Phoenix can fall, what hope do we have? The enemy has arrived.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Out of sight.
Your powers are mine!
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Well done.
Half of the mission area. Keep
Okay.
going.
I don't like that they eat up come back up as quick as I wanted to.
I have step aside.
Go by low.
Enemy tag. Follow them. I feel like I'm being watched. The area's almost yours. It's Spider time!
Hello there, little spiders. Out of sight. That's better.
The moon haunts you!
I love my things.
I am finished!
You're mine.
Yeah.
Enemies can become friends, but only if we show our foes respect.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your blades, are they psychic like mine?
No, my daggers are formed from pure light force energy. They purify whatever they touch.
Those would be quite useful against some of the demons in my homeland.
Let's hope they're just as useful here.
You have my gratitude.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Humans are so fond of their golden idols, but all of them shall learn to steal.
The enemy has arrived. Out of sight. We've been targeted by a... This will confuse them.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Your powers are mine! The moon haunts you! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Moon Knight has set a trap.
Step aside. Along the center, this will confuse them. Out of sight.
The spider have been sufficiently crushed.
This will be nice. Sayonara.
couple good kills. Horrible accuracy. But a couple good kills. Token tag. Got that achievement. That William gonna put 90. Critical hits with her. Two to go. Do something. Give me. Switch around some things.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Round one,
when mutants are in danger, the White Queen answers. Usually. Hello,
30
darling.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Almighty Phoenix, huh? Not as big as I expected. Speaking of which, if you're looking for planets that deserve it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm Hellfire Club royalty. This is beneath me. Oh, look who's here. I suppose that helps.
I'm not getting these.
Us against the world.
Maximum pulse! Pulse charge! Much better.
Stayed up there quick. Watch.
I will have so much power. Time to use it.
Oh, I wanted for the healers.
1,000 gods! I'm opening a portal.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Maximum pulse!
Us against the world.
Another fearsome foe.
that header?
Oh.
Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
Hold here.
They hit it too quick. So might be a good time to stop them.
Not bad game. Kind of strange. Wish what's this?
Emma Frost never surrenders.
Who am I? Invisible? Another fearsome foe. It's now or never. Stop them!
What?
I suppose that helps.
Another fearsome foe.
Snack time already?
He's stuck in their trap.
Mental domination.
Us against the world.
All they did was make
Worried about the Iron Man. The Iron Man's not doing it.
them win.
He just shoots sometimes.
Or else. Better stop that vehicle.
I was fine.
Maximum!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Just the boost I need. 1,000 shots! You never stood a chance.
Oh, that's it.
Score is 0-2-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Round 2.
I proudly wear the X, even when it clashes with my ensemble.
What, Eli? Relax, bro. Come on, dude.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
He's putting the baby down, you goof.
Is that diamond skin of yours actually impenetrable?
Relax.
Found anything that's been able to damage it yet.
Buddy, chill, please. Please chill, okay? You need to relax. He's coming back, okay?
I'd prefer
There's no need to be upset.
darling.
You need to go to sleep and stop eating. That's what you need to do. You need to stop eating and go to sleep.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Don't know what you guys want to do, but I do it. Okay, I can't deal with him crying anymore. He's getting too frustrated.
Still got an edge.
Big base. One healer would have been nice. Why is he crying now?
Time to take this fight to the source. Dracula himself. Damn it, never fall! Maximum pulse! Yamamoto!
Not even Dracula himself could stop us now.
Maximum pulse!
We've reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I was fine, but thank you.
Us against the world. Vehicle moving again.
All
Double
they did
kill.
was make me angrier. If we want to end this night, we can't afford to slow down now. Some uninvited guests.
Double kill.
Emma Frost never surrenders.
Only 60 seconds left. Maximum force.
Maximum pulse!
Us against the world. Final 10 seconds.
20,000 damage.
I suppose that helps. Shameful display. I will have
You'll
my
have to keep
revenge.
fighting until we have a winner.
Exquisite. You did your part, I suppose. I was fine.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Look who's here.
Oh, I'm fine, don't mind me. Maximum pulse!
I suppose that helps.
Final score 3, 2, 2.
Pulling it out. Oh, we won. Suggested? Or why not? I can't believe we won that one. Didn't realize we held them on the last point. Did we hold them? That was crazy. Sheesh. 100. 40,000 damage. Final hits. And with the kid screaming and crying for no reason, only because he was tired. Sheesh. Everyone else is ready for bed. Everyone's done. I'm pretty good at my game, though, I must say. I can't believe 113. I gotta see this. I don't remember. I thought they pushed it all the way. Kind of got rolled at the beginning. Not gonna lie. Gotta go pee while this is playing a little bit. Hey. Oh my nerves.
Maximum pulse!
Too bad, Emma. I was just starting to tolerate you.
I will have my...
Gods! I'm opening a portal.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Maximum pulse!
beast never surrenders. I suppose that helped.
Snack time already?
Mental domination! Mental domination!
Us against the world! Down to 30 seconds.
All they did was make me angrier. Do not let them win.
Don't give them another inch. Or else. Better stop that vehicle.
I was fine.
Maximum! Boom!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Whoa, Slayer. Got 3.
The current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I proudly wear the X, even when it clashes with my ensemble.
This is a nice spot.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is that diamond skin of yours actually impenetrable?
I haven't found anything that's been able to damage it yet.
I'm sure I've got something in my arsenal that could do the trick.
Whatever it is, I'd prefer if you aimed it at our opponents, darling.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What has Victor gotten us into this time? Some uninvited guests. my revenge for that. I suppose that helps.
Still got an edge.
I suppose that helps.
We can get that vehicle to its destination.
Mental domination!
Not so funny now, is it?
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Vortex field.
Time to take this fight to the source. Dracula himself.
Damn it, never fall!
All they did was make. Do not let them win!
Hell yeah.
I was fine.
Maximum!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Wall Slayer. Got 3.
The current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up, including which side
Yeah, the
you're on.
crazy child.
You'll need a top-notch team to
I
win
just
this
don't know
one.
what to do. On top of everything that's already being done. A lot. What are you doing, Missy? Hmm? And
Pick your hero.
very
Or
good.
villain. I'm not judging. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
That hammer of yours, bet it would fetch a hefty price on the black market.
Hefty indeed. Mighty Mjolnir cannot be lifted by brigands and thieves.
Ain't a treasure on any world Gambit can't find a way to lift, mon ami.
I would take great pleasure.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
As long as I am worthy, I will raise Mjolnir in defense of what is right.
He does do it.
What a difference.
And just break Eli too. Hmm. Yeah.
You lose, Sayonara.
But Eli coming over and taking my TV and then not being able to put it back himself. No, put it back there. Stop bothering. Yeah, like no, not your tea. He's the one that has them. Mm-hmm. I don't mind that. I don't mind it when he's gonna back him somewhere else, but like, he wasn't at all. You guys want to fight a little bit. Hold out now, I get it, but I don't know. Play games inside. Yeah, that's definitely no more. Yeah. Because that match soaked it up too. Dialogue. Look at that. Oh, I was playing Emma, but I also played Dialogue a little bit. Diamond Crown. Yeah.
My light cannot be seen.
And on top of it all, I've just been miserable all day too. Right. Eli does. He does. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what goes ahead there.
That's amazing! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Yeah. It's not like I'm playing games when they're up very much.
Before you attack, get ready.
A powerful warrior woman such as yourself would be revered in heaven.
I appreciate that. Maybe the Fantastic Four will have to pay your home realm a visit.
It would be best to come alone. Men are not welcome where I come from.
It has been a while since I've done a
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Where is Shuri? She still owes me for that mission to Clinton.
The enemy has arrived.
He doesn't really shift yet. He doesn't do that in as much as some other players I've seen do. Like a ring X dash. That kills teammates and damages allies. Or damages enemies. And damage. Just
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
nope. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to charge it cards up faster.
Laissez le bon temps brûler. A helping hand. All right. Step aside. Just who Gambit was looking for. Assemble!
I might watch another one so I can get my full 15-minute timer without interruption.
Oh! Never fall! Guess I won that. Now you do the same for me, will you? Who's the man? I am.
The area's almost yours!
Hi, that feels good.
Double up. Damn it, never fall!
Help, please.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever noticed that single propeller engines are mounted at an angle? But why? It's all about physics. When a plane is flying straight, both propeller blades have the same angle of attack, generating equal thrust. But when the plane pitches up, the right blade's angle of attack increases more than the left blade's. This creates extra thrust on the right side, pushing the plane slightly to the left. To counteract this imbalance, the engine is mounted slightly to the right. Have you ever noticed that single propeller engines are mounted at an angle? But why? It's all about
So she, for the longest time, was like a super, like, big Trump person. She would wear, like, a Trump hat in Congress, shit like this. Like, she was, you know, she was a big fan of Trump. And she deviated from the acceptable line of thought. Naturally, now she's a traitor. Here's what I think is kind of funny. You're resigning on January 5th, 2026, a whopping 5 years and 2 days after being sworn in. This happens to be the bare minimum to lock in the taxpayer-funded congressional pension for life. Resigning 2 days after her congressional pension vests. Very convenient. Let's watch the video.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I've always represented the common American man and woman as a member of the House of Representatives, which is why I've always been despised in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
And just never fit in.
Right.
Americans are used by the political industrial complex of both political parties, election cycle after election cycle, in order to elect whichever side can convince Americans to hate the other side more.
No, this is what happens, is that I'm going to explain how that works. So basically, you're going to have, let's go like this, right? And we'll make it a little bit bigger. All right. So we'll go like this. And then we'll go like this. Okay. And so the graph here is called quality of life. Okay. And here's what happens is that you start with a Democrat and things get worse. And so you hope that you can vote for a Republican and then things will get better. But then they don't, so they get worse. And then you think, okay, well, we're going to vote for a Democrat because the Republican didn't make things better. And then they get worse. And then you think, well, this Democrat didn't fucking do anything. All right, well, we're going to vote for a Republican this time. Then things will get better. But then they get worse. And then so now you have a Republican, so you think to yourself, okay, well, you know what we need to do? We need to get a real Democrat in here like we used to have all the way back up here. And then if we do that, now things will get better. And so they vote for a Democrat. And then things get worse. And so then after that, they think, all right, well, listen, we've had Democrats a long time, but does anybody remember the good old days of Reagan or George Bush? Well, you know what we need to do? We need to vote for a Republican. So then they vote for a Republican, and then things get worse. This is it. This is welcome to the last 50 years. This is it. That's what happens. That's the reason why it ping-pongs back and forth behind the different parties. Because neither one of them deliver on their promises. Neither one of them improve the quality of life. And they all are basically surviving on ping-ponging nostalgia from the previous president that they mistakenly believe was actually trying to help them. But at the time, the previous president made it worse themselves. So that's it. That's what's happened.
And the results are always the same. No matter which way the political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, nothing ever gets better for the common American man or woman.
No, they don't.
The debt goes higher, corporate and global interests.
Oh, and by the way, every graph supports what I'm saying. All of the graphs agree with me.
Remain Washington's sweethearts. American jobs continue to be replaced, whether it's by illegal labor or legal labor by visas or just shipped overseas.
Yep, she's right.
Small businesses continue to be swallowed by big corporations. Americans' hard-earned tax dollars always fund foreign wars, foreign aid, and foreign interest. And the spending power of the dollar continues to decline.
That's right.
The average American family can no longer survive on a single breadwinner's income.
Well, this has been the case for 40 years.
As both parents have to work in order to simply survive.
Exactly.
And today, many in my children's generation feel hopeless for their future and don't think they will ever realize the American dream.
It's because they won't, because you got to be asleep. That's the reason why. There are some people that will be successful, but the reality is that that number is getting smaller, and the barrier to entry for a life of dignity is becoming higher every single year. It will become harder and harder to live a life of dignity. It's harder now than it was 10 years ago. It was harder 10 years ago than it was 20 years ago. And 10 years from now, it will be even harder than it is today.
And that breaks my heart.
That's the way it is.
I ran for Congress in 2020 and have fought every single day believing that Make America Great Again meant America.
Mm. Mhm. 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 Mhm.
General of the United States was whether she would pursue the bad actors from the 2020 election, the many bad actors. Justice still has not been served over one of the greatest crimes, scandals of the century.
Mhm.
It's the reason YouTube took me off in the first place. In 2021, early 2021, I started making content about 2020 because I felt the larger conservative voices weren't making videos about it. People like Ben Shapiro, Brandon Tatum, Steven Crowder. Actually, Crowder stuck with the truth for a while. He actually kept speaking about it. But it just felt like conservatives just moved on from what we saw. We saw what we saw, and it wasn't legal. There was no way 81 million votes came out of nowhere for the guy who campaigned in his basement. And the 4 years we spent under the Biden regime was our punishment for not stopping what happened. Whatever we tried, it didn't work. Going to courts, asking for remedy, none of it worked. It was annoying. It was a terrible period of time, and we all got censored. So we couldn't even talk about it on the biggest platform in the world. YouTube has 2 billion users. We were banished to the echo chamber of Rumble. We couldn't compete on ideas, on presenting evidence to the public, none of that. But Pam Bondi is working on an investigation that I think is absolutely massive, being reported on by The Guardian. This is not a joke. Tulsi Gabbard earlier in the year announced that the Department of National Intelligence, or her office as the Director of National Intelligence, was looking into foreign interference. Kash Patel, the FBI director, released some documents corroborating us, the conspiracy theorist. And the question has just been on Pam Bondi, like, what is she doing right now? Is she pursuing the avenues that must be pursued? Is she interviewing people? Is the Justice Department taking this thing seriously?
Because not a lot has been getting done in the past
And
years.
it seems like they are, actually. It seems like they are. When we get into the story, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. It connects with another story.
Venezuela,
the United States has been building a very unprecedented military presence in the Caribbean. I don't think we've ever had such a military presence since, like, the Vietnam War or something. I don't know, some, like, war in the past.
Korean War.
We are
not
basically at any moment now going to conduct covert operations in Venezuela. We've already been blowing up narco-terrorists off the face of the earth. And with the designation of the Cartel of the Suns, led by Nicolas Maduro, the United States will be empowered to conduct strikes in the interior of Venezuela, and those strikes will achieve the outcome of changing the regime. The Venezuelan airspace is completely closed. U.S. planes are encircling the island, the country. A lot is going on there, and these stories connect. So let me get into this here. This is coming in from The Guardian. It's an exclusive story. Trump's DOJ, well, keep in mind, The Guardian will write this like how leftists write. So they are going to say conspiracy theorist and whatnot. But I'm going to read it how they wrote it, and then we'll dissect it. Trump's DOJ investigating unfounded claims Venezuela helped steal the 2020 election. Yep. That's insane, right?
Yep.
Discredited election rigging conspiracy theory could strengthen Trump's military action against Maduro. Federal investigators have been interviewing multiple people who are pushing unfounded claims that Venezuela, blah, blah, blah. 2 promoters of the conspiracy theory have repeatedly briefed the U.S. Attorney for the District of Puerto Rico, Stephen Muldrow, and have shared witnesses and documents with officials, according to 4 sources. In addition to the Puerto Rico talks, people pushing the conspiracy theory have been, people pushing the conspiracy have been interviewed by federal investigators for a federal task force in Tampa, which is looking at Venezuelan drug trafficking and money laundering, 4 sources told The Guardian. An investigation of this sort underscores how Trump's Justice Department is becoming a major weapon in the president's efforts to rewrite the history of his 2020 loss, while potentially strengthening the administration's case for military action against Venezuela. While there were a variety of conspiracy theories that helped fuel Donald Trump's 2020 Stop the Steal movement, that voters stolen fraudulent or forged ballots and
There
secret
were
computer
many
servers
of
in
all of
Germany,
those.
the purported influence of Venezuela was always a central claim. It asserted that electronic voting in the U.S. was secretly controlled by the impoverished regime, both by President Nicolas Maduro and his deceased predecessor, Hugo Chavez. Not only was it bizarre on its face, but a judge in Delaware ruled it false in 2023, and Fox News, Newsmax, and OAN later paid a total of $100 million, a total of hundreds of millions of dollars in total damages and defamation claims. At heart, the theory was that Smartmatic, which had the contract for electronic voting machines in Los Angeles, and Dominion, which ran voting in many other parts of the country, had been created or influenced by Venezuela to fix elections. The revival of the claim appears to bind together two themes: Trump's consistent rigged election complaints and his antagonism to Venezuela's socialist regime. With a military buildup in the Caribbean and increased Sabra rattling from the Trump administration towards Maduro, the unfounded election rigging theories could provide another rationale for military action against Maduro. How could a discredited conspiracy theory be investigated as a plausible case by the U.S. Justice Department 5 years after it first bubbled up? The theory starts with two unique characters who claim to have been pursuing the election claims for years: Gary Bernstein, or Bernson, and Martin Rodell. Okay, who is Gary Bernson? Well, Gary Bernson is a former CIA officer. So this guy's literally an espionage. He's a spy for the United States.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a joke. 68 years old, and according to those reports, he's been pursuing these claims for years. So we have a CIA officer, and Martin Rodell, founder and CEO of Inter-American Solutions and the president of the Venezuelan American Leadership Council. He's an expert on Latin American politics, money laundering investigations, and the financial analysis of terrorism. This guy actually was wanted by multiple jurisdictions because he extorted millions of dollars out of Venezuelan criminals. He's a serious operator. Yeah, they're interesting characters for sure. And so they've been pushing this claim. They've been providing the DOJ with all these documents, all this information. They have become sources for the Trump camp and ultimately for investigators, and have promoted two major allegations about Venezuela. The first theme links Tren de Aragua, the street gang Trump has designated as a terrorist organization close to Maduro. The other major theme Bertson and Rodell promoted was the old voting conspiracy and the allegations that Venezuela helped rigged elections worldwide. Bertson is a former CIA case officer who came to the public eye even before writing a book in 2006 about his hunt for Osama bin Laden. A formidable guy, a warrior, no question, said one former official who knew him. Bertson projects the plain-spoken demeanor of an expert with field experience battling whatever. He's also a fierce champion of Trump and of an invasion of Venezuela. I don't dabble in conspiracy theories, Bernson wrote in a message to The Guardian. I spent my life defending our country and Constitution. I led many major operations and investigations and saved many lives. He added, the Department of Justice and FBI and key White House staff are investigating and coordinating efforts to defend our system and charge those guilty of stealing elections and violating other laws accountable for their actions. Rodell is a Venezuelan expatriate based in Washington and says he has been a consultant to U.S. law enforcement investigating Venezuelan crime for 20 years. A close associate of his said he specializes in recruiting Venezuelan informants and witnesses for U.S. cases. Come on. Oh my gosh. You have two really interesting characters, a CIA officer and a guy with outrageous connections in Venezuela who gets informants for the United States and witnesses for us, saying Venezuela is involved with 2020. That's interesting, right? The International Consortium of Investigative Journalists reported in 2022 that Rodo was under investigation in Spain for extorting three Venezuelans there, Venezuelan criminals, by the way, trying to get money in exchange for influencing U.S. authorities on cases. It's unclear what happened to that case. Rodell told The Guardian it was false and said those who accused him were charged in the U.S. Exactly. Even before Trump's return to office earlier this year, the sources say Bernson and Rodell have been feeding information, documents, and witnesses about the voting claims to Muldrow, the U.S. attorney out of Puerto Rico, to an organized crime task force called Panama Express, or PANEX, which is based out of Tampa. Sources familiar with the relationship between Muldrow,
rain in the morning, I guess,
and
4 a.m.
I'm not going to say this name right ever. I hate names like this, man. It's like a tongue twister. Rudel. Okay. Say there has been an extensive cooperation on the matter. They work together. Muldrow has been very receptive.
On Monday, it's going to stay cold. 53 is
That
the
source
high.
said there have been multiple
low.
briefings in Puerto Rico.
Tuesday, it's
Muldrow is one of the few U.S. attorneys to accept the job after Trump took over the White House. First appointed by Trump in 2019, he stayed in office during Biden's term. He's a staunch Republican and a Trump supporter, say two people who know him. Muldrow spent a good portion of his career in Tampa. And one source who knows him says he has a good working relationship with Pam Bondi, the current U.S. Attorney General. She was the Florida State AG, while Muldrow was based in the Tampa U.S. Attorney's Office. Several sources said Muldrow had turned over information to the PANEX task force, which used to focus primarily on the drug flow from Colombia, but was now targeting Venezuela as well. This is now the task force working directly with Rodo and Bernson, they say. In response to detailed questions, Muldrow emailed The Guardian, in accordance with the Department of Justice policies, I am not able to provide you with a comment. Okay. Riddell told The Guardian that allegations involving so-called election integrity issues were incidental to conversations with Muldrow, rather than the central point of the briefings. He pointed that while one witness talked about Smartmatic and election integrity, that was not the substance of Muldrow's interest, and he said Muldrow only heard a portion of the evidence involving fake election results. Bernson wrote in a message to The Guardian that indictments are going to be released in the near future, and said he and his colleagues believe that your goal is to discredit the claims against Smartmatic and Dominion, the entities linked to a massive criminal cartel that stole U.S. elections and elections worldwide. So, indictments are going to be released in the near future. Interesting. Trump knows they need to be stopped. Okay? That's what The Guardian says. Ralph Pezzulo, the author of Bernson's 2006 book, is a true believer in the conspiracy theories Bernson and Rudell are promoting now. In September, Pezzulo published an ebook called Stolen Elections to take down...
we'll call it a night here for the stream, guys. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for giving me some of your time, and have a happy Sunday tomorrow. Go to church, and God bless.